Okay. Good morning. Welcome to the second day of our conference. And today we will travel between Poland, Near East, and back to Europe. And the first paper, Magdalena Przymorska-Sztuczka, The Status and Prospects of Research on Prehistoric Textiles from Poland.
Halo? Też nie działa?
Nie, do góry. Halo, halo, halo.
Halo, halo? Działa, dobra. Good morning. My name is Magdalena Przymorska-Sztuczka. I'm working at the Archaeological Museum in Biskupin. And I'd like to thank you very much for inviting me today here. I'm very glad. I have a presentation about state and prospect of research on prehistoric textiles from Poland, which is quite difficult theme to explore, actually, because we have only a few, dozen, maybe few hundreds fragments of textiles from prehistoric times. So it's not like in the late medieval or early modern times that we have thousands of fragments or even whole clothes. But well, that's the state of research, so we have to deal with this, what we have. The state of research on prehistoric textiles originating from archaeological investigation in Poland has improved significantly over recent decades. Fabrics and other textile products are organic materials that, in most cases, undergo complete decomposition under the soil conditions prevailing in the Central European lowlands. As a result, archaeological sources are often fragmentary and indirect. To begin with, a brief overview of the history of textile research in Poland. Studies of fabrics recovered from archaeological excavation within the territory of present-day Poland was initiated by German scholars von Stockar, Sage, and Fuhrmann in the 1930s and 1940s. Their research focused on textiles from Pomerania and Silesia, regions that, prior to the Second World War, lay within German borders. It was only in the post-war period, particularly during archaeological investigation conducted in the 1950s and 1960s, that a significant increase in the number of excavated textiles from Polish territories was recorded. The majority of these materials were dated to the medieval period and derived primarily from urban excavation in centers such as Gdańsk, Opole, and Wrocław. However, my presentation does not concern medieval textiles, but those from prehistory. Nevertheless, it is impossible to discuss prehistoric textile in isolation from their historical counterparts and from the scholars who studied them. This interconnection is particularly evident in the work of two researchers, Adam Nachlik, later director of the Central Museum of Textiles in Łódź, and Jerzy Maik, former head of the Department of Research on Ancient Technologies in Łódź, a branch of the Institute of Archaeology and Ethnology of the Polish Academy of Science. Adam Nachlik was a pioneer of archaeological textile studies in Poland and laid the foundation for technological analysis of ancient fabrics. Jerzy Maik continues the research initiated by Nachlik and remained the only specialist working on excavated textiles in Poland for a long period. Both scholars initially focused primarily on medieval textiles because materials from this period were the most numerous. Over time, however, archaeological excavation of late Bronze Age and early Iron Age cemeteries in Silesia and of Wielbark culture cemeteries dating back to the first few centuries AD yielded sufficient numbers of textile fragments. These fragments were analyzed by Jerzy Maik. It is no coincidence that Łódź was the first city in which the Center for Textile Research developed. From as early as 1820s, the city was home to numerous textile manufactories and industrial establishments. This strong textile tradition, rooted in a highly developed textile industry, directly influenced the establishment of the Department of Research on Ancient Technologies. At the beginning of the 21st century, this institution established the research group on ancient textile production, whose members included Łukasz Antosik, Jerzy Majik, Anna Rybarczyk, and Joanna Słomska-Bolonek, and she currently conducts research on prehistoric textiles at the Institute of Archaeology of the University of Łódź. Research into archaeological textiles was also initiated in Toruń Center in the 90s, namely the Institute of Archaeology of the Nicolaus Copernicus University and its researchers Anna Drążkowska, Małgorzata Grupa, Dawid Grupa, and Magdalena Majorek-Lipowicz. And she is also currently at the Institute of Archaeology at the University of Łódź. It should be noted, however, that researchers from Toruń focus primarily on late medieval and early modern textiles. Since the 90s, textile research has also been conducted by Andrzej Sikorski from the Faculty of Archaeology at Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań, who sadly passed away in 2023, and of which Aldona was talking about yesterday, so I will skip that. Prehistoric textiles are also partly within the scope of interest of Olga Antowska-Gorączniak, Aldona Kurzawska, and Iwona Sobkowiak-Tabaka from the same university as Andrzej Sikorski. In recent years, this distinguished group has been joined by the team led by Agata Ulanowska from the University of Warsaw, Katarzyna Żebrowska, Monika Kaczmarek, and Kinga Winicka. And those researchers are dealing with the textile imprints mainly on pottery sherds. And Archaeological Museum in Biskupin, where I conduct research not only on prehistoric textiles themselves, but also on textile tools and the organization of textile production on prehistoric settlements. The issue of prehistoric textile production does appear in Polish literature. However, it has generally been treated as a marginal when compared with other branches of craft production. Research into medieval and early modern textile, by contrast, has a much longer tradition and consequently a far richer and more extensive body of literature. Until relatively recently, there were only a few monographs addressing prehistoric textile production. The study by Tomasz Chmielewski on textile production in the late Neolithic of Central Europe, the monograph by Jerzy Majik on textile of the Wielbach culture, and the work by Zofia Kaczmarek on weaving within the cultural relation between the Roman Empire and the Barbaricum. Fortunately, this situation has improved markedly over the past decade. This is primarily due to the publication by Joanna Słomska-Bolonek, some of which were in collaboration with Łukasz Antosik, focusing on textile from the late Bronze Age and Early Iron Age, as well as Jerzy Majik's studies of textile assemblages from cemeteries from the Hallstatt period in Domasław and from the Roman period necropolises of the Wielbach culture. In addition, a number of recent publications authored by me have addressed both the textile economy and textile artifacts themselves, accompanying materials from the late Bronze Age and the Iron Age, as well as from the Roman period. Finds of prehistoric textile from other European regions where conditions were more favorable for the preservation of organic materials are much more numerous than in Poland. For example, on this slide, we can see a Neolithic textile recovered from lakeshore settlement in Switzerland. But perhaps the most spectacular prehistoric textile finds from Europe are those from the Bronze Age in present-day Denmark, from Trindhuj, Muldbjerg, or Borumeshøj, and from Egdvet. There are also numerous examples of textiles dating back to the Bronze and Iron Ages, originating from the salt mines at Dürnberg and Hallstatt in Austria. Unfortunately, in Poland, from these periods we have not yet discovered textile finds as spectacular as those I have just presented to you. The preservation of textiles is favored above all by anaerobic environment and by the conservating properties of metal oxides released during the corrosion of metal objects. For this last reason, in periods as remote as the Neolithic or the early Bronze Age, the only evidence related to textile production discovered in Poland consists of textile impression on ceramic vessels and textile tools such as spindle wheels and lumens, and of course mineralized textiles as Aldona showed us yesterday. A marked increase in the number of archaeological textiles and cords is observed from the Bronze Age onward. This phenomenon is most likely associated with the development of metallurgy during this period, as the action of metal oxides enabled the preservation of textile fragments adhering to bronze or iron artifacts, such as axes, bracelets, necklaces, or bronze cuffs like this one from Sush. The picture appears somewhat more favorable for the period associated with the Lusacian culture, that is the late Bronze Age and the early Iron Age. The available research material from these periods consists primarily of several dozen textile fragments, most often preserved in direct association with metal objects, as well as textile impression on ceramic vessels. Although cremation burial rites predominated in this cultural group, ritual cemeteries nevertheless existed in Silesia. It is from this region that the most substantial textile assemblages identified to date originate, notably from Świbie and Domasław. The materials from Świbie were studied by Słomska, while the textiles from Hallstatt period cemetery at Domasław were analyzed by Majik and Rybarczyk. The textiles from Świbie, as identified by Słomska, are predominantly plain weave fabrics with thread densities of approximately 12 to 14 threads per centimeter and yarn diameter ranging from 0.5 to 1 millimeter. Braided ribbons were also identified along with the threads preserved within the loops of small bronze buttons, most likely originally sewn into headbands. However, the assemblage also includes woven textile that clearly exceed this standard and are technologically closer to products now from the Hallstatt culture sphere, like a fabric with a density up to 20 threads per 1 centimeter. In one of the analyzed textile fragments, Joanna Słomska also recorded the presence of dyed yarn, which you can see at the bottom right on the slide. We see here maybe some blue and yellow dye. But unfortunately, the state of mineralization of those threads were they were so much mineralized that any chemical analysis were impossible. We have also a fragment produced using a sprang technique from Świbie. It was most probably representing a hairnet. Textiles excavated from early Iron Age cremated graves in the Domasław cemetery were preserved in 62 burials. Most frequently, textile fragments were discovered on pins, which were most probably stuck into the cloth, and on knives. The very high mineralization of the fibers prevented the determination of the raw material from which the fabrics were made, but the author of the analysis, Jerzy Majik, is inclined to consider the vast majority of them to be woolen fabrics. The yarn on the fabrics discovered at the cemetery was made with Z-twists, some were made in a plain weave, with an average density 10 to 15 threads per 1 centimeters and thread diameter of approximately 0.5 to 1 millimeter, so it's quite similar to those from Świbie. There was also a fabric made with a thinner yarn and higher density, 20 threads per 1 centimeter. However, the most important discovery at this cemetery appears to be fragments of fabric woven in a 2-2 twill weave. They constitute the oldest find of this type in Poland. Their densities do not differ from those of a plain weave fabrics. So these were therefore medium thick fabrics made of medium thick threads. And the fragment of a textile meant on tablets was also discovered in this assemblage. The picture of textile from the late Bronze Age and early Iron Age is further complemented by textile remains such as cords and fragments of felt, as well as plain weave fabrics discovered at the cemetery in Łabędy, Przyszówka, which were analyzed by Łukasz Antosik and Joanna Słomska. And we also have a textile imprints on Lusacian culture pottery from Janówek, Kaudus, and Maciejowice. I will now focus your attention on textile from the Roman period in Poland and my project entitled Textile Tools, Fabrics and Craftspeople in Wielbach Culture, a holistic approach to the evidence for textile production from Czarnówko, Lubowic and Wilkowo as a case studies, which was funded by the National Science Center. It demonstrates what can be done not only with prehistoric textiles, but also with textile tools. The project includes three cemeteries of the Wielbach culture, which were used at approximately the same time and located only a dozen or so kilometers apart. Archaeological materials from these sites are located at the National Museum in Szczecin and the museum in Lębork, and I had the opportunity to analyze them between 2021 and 2024. Information obtained during this project enabled to capture many aspects of textile production in the Wielbach culture. An extensive collection of textile tools was found there, including spindle wheels, distaffs, and needles and hooks, as well as fabrics themselves. The tools and textiles preserved in the burials allow to unique comparative studies. The assemblage of over 1,000 textile fragments enabled a wide range of analysis. In addition to standard technological examination of the fabrics, namely the identification of raw materials, weave types, and thread diameters, selected fragments were subject to strontium isotope analysis and dye analysis. Textile tools from areas of the Wielbach culture, except for the distaff examined by Schuster, have not been yet subject of detailed study. Artifacts related to this branch of production have attracted only occasional broader scholarly attention among Polish archaeologists, and the current state of research on this category of material culture remains limited. The statistical analysis of the tools allowed the data to be summarized and drawing basic conclusion and generalization about the collection, example determining the predominant type of spindle wheels and textiles, or the co-occurrence of various categories of artifacts in burials. Analyzing the traces of use on tools and comparing them with those occurring on the copies was an important part of the project. The experimental work carried out within the project was intended to answer several key research questions. First and foremost, it was intended to determine the labor and time required for spinning and dyeing process. An additional objective was to explore potential correlation between different types of spindle wheels and the diameter of the yarn produced, as well as to determine the effectiveness of the spindle wheels. Particular attention was devoted to the use of the distaff in the spinning process, its influence on the characteristic of the resulting thread, and an assessment of the tool's overall efficiency. Equally important was the attempt to identify differences between spinning with a hook, spindle, and spindle without a hook, as well as to compare use-wear traces observed on archaeological artifacts with those documented on their experimental replicas. Most of the fabrics found in the cemeteries under study were made from the sheep's wool. No admixture of other animal hair was recorded, although some yarns contain a relatively high proportion of coarse hair, which affected the quality of the wool. Only 12 fabric fragments in this assemblage had the raw material identified as a plant fiber, probably flax. The dominant weave was tutu, twill, ZZ, and ZS twisted. It occurred in about 60% of all textiles, similar to other assemblages from wheelbark culture cemeteries. The collection also included a 1-1 plain weave and broken twill weaves in the diamond and herringbone variants. Starting and side edges were observed in 31 fragments, with those made on tablets predominating. Wrap, basket, and semi-basket weave edges were less common. Small textile products such as a single thread, cord, or fringes also constitute a relatively large group. In the studied collection, nearly 40% of the fabrics were made from yarn less than 0.4 millimeter thick. Almost half of them were textile with a thread density of 16 to 20. And on the next slides, I will present more details about some examples of fabric from the Czarnów, Kolubowic, and Wilkowo. Especially grave 374 is one of the richest burials in this cemetery, containing objects made of silver, copper alloys, and glass. Considering the presence of spurs, it appears that the deceased was a male. This is also the burial with the most abundant and best preserved textile remains. Textile fragments were identified as belonging to 4 different times. Numerous fabric fragments were made in a diamond twill weave with a ZS twist. The density ranged from 20 to 26 threads per 1 centimeter, with a thread diameter of around 0.3 millimeter. Dye analysis indicate that the fabric was most likely red. But the most numerous textile was fragments were those in tutu twill weave in ZZ twisted yarns, with a density of 22 threads per 1 centimeter, with a quite thin yarn, approximately 0.3 millimeter thick. The textile assemblages from this burial also includes fragment of fabric edges woven on at least 26 tablets in an alternating SZ-SZ twist. These were made of very thin yarn, the diameter of which was 0.15 to 0.25 millimeter. No change in the direction of the tablet's twist was observed anywhere, suggesting a possible pattern. There were also a small fragment of a fabric in a 1-1 plain weave, but which was also quite nice because it was made with a thin yarn about 0.35 millimeter and a density of 14 to 18 threads per 1 centimeter. All the textile described above were discovered near spurs. In several cases, different tabs were stacked on top of one another, suggesting multiple layers of clothing worn by the person buried there. The grave goods from grave 406 included 2 bronze spurs, 2 bronze brooches, a buckle, and a bronze belt and fitting. This assemblage suggests that the person buried here was also a man. This burial also contained numerous well-preserved textiles, although only 3 fabric types were identified. The fragment classified as such of the great scientific value. Primarily, the fabrics here were dyed red, as confirmed by chemical analysis and by naked eye inspection. Chemical analysis results confirmed a very high level of alizarin, rubiadin, and purpurine, and I will skip all this technical weave dimension and thread count things because I think it's not quite very important here. Yes. So let's go to the next slide. Okay. The most numerous fabric fragments were those made in the diamond twill weave. Several fragments of fabric found near spurs made from threads with a diameter 0.3, so they were quite thin. A final edge made on 30 tablets in an alternating SZ twist with a double weft was also preserved. It also contained remnants of fringes. Many textiles from Czarnówko deserve special attention, and if I could describe even a tenth of them, we would run out of time. Therefore, I will now focus on the rarest fragments. A fragment of a textile from grave 560 is today the only example of woolen fabric with the starting edge made on 6 tablets. Grave 1007 also contains one of the few examples of textile clearly made with threads of different colors in rope and weft. There are also a few examples of textile with visible seams, as seen in the textile from grave 1035. There are also a few examples of fabrics made from plant materials, probably flax. Among the fabrics from Czarnówko, only 9 examples were found, of which only 2 were in a good enough condition to allow metric analysis. Both examples came from the grave 1285. These are fabrics made using a plain weave with a density of 8 threads per 1 centimeter in both systems, and the other one with a thread count of 16 per 1 centimeter, so it's also quite a nice fragment of fabric. There were also several fragments of charred fabric adhered to the surface of a partially melted metal object from cremation grave. This fabric was made in a plain weave. For obvious reason, the raw material from which it was made could not be determined. The yarn in both systems was Z-twisted, and the fabric had a relatively dense structure. But actually, in my opinion, it is quite possible that it was a flax, actually. But I have no proof for that, unfortunately. Okay. Now let's go to Lubowitz. The Lubowitz textiles were analyzed by von Stockar in 1939. Unfortunately, most of them have been lost, and only their analyses have survived. The collection of the National Museum in Szczecin contains only 8 small-sized textiles and their mineralized remnants on metal artifacts. However, von Stockar analyses showed that the Lubowitz textiles also include blue-dyed fragments and fabrics with different colored rope and weft, such as red-blue and yellow-red. And the textiles from Wilkowo Nowowiejskie are fragments of varying degrees of preservation. The collection includes fabrics that still retain some elasticity, as well as those whose mineralization and corrosion product saturation make it difficult to identify the raw material and weave. These are also very small fragments, usually no larger than 1 up to 2 centimeters, rarely exceeding 3 centimeters. In the textile assemblage from Wilkowo, fragments of fabric from grave number 33 and 35A are particularly noteworthy. A woman was likely buried in the former, as evidenced by typical female accessories, snake-shaped bracelet, brooches, and a glass bead necklace. Fragments of fabric preserved here are certainly remnants of outer garments, a peplum-style dress fastened at the collarbone. When found, these fabrics were still fastened with brooches discovered at the level of the deceased collarbone. This provides an excellent basis for reconstruction the deceased woman's clothing and appearance. And grave 35A contained a magnificent example of a fabric with 2 different colors used in warp and weft. Even upon initial inspection, it was clear that warp and weft threads differ not only in color, but also in the quality of the raw material. The average thickness of elementary fibers was 16 micrometer for light threads and 19 micrometer for dark threads. Both yarns contain core fibers, but the light yarns contain few fibers with a broken core, while the dark yarn also contained camp fibers, in which the core filled the entire fiber space. And with this slide, we move on to the final part of my presentation, highly specialized textile analysis. Of course, identifying fibers by their raw material under a transmitted light optical microscope has been standard in textile research for decades. But it can also be done using an SEM. Scanning electron microscopy is a high-resolution imaging technique that uses a focused electron beam to scan sample surface, creating detailed 3D-like topographical, morphological, and compositional information. Although SEM has been known for several decades, it is still not widely used in archaeological textile research. As a part of the project, SEM analyses were commissioned for 10 textile samples from Czarnówko. The resulting micrographs provided detailed visualization of the surface morphology of the excavated textile remains. So, some fibers still had the characteristic scales of wool, as we can see here. However, other photos showed significant fiber degradation. And with this image shows that some of the textiles from Czarnówko were of very high quality. Under the microscope, traces of color were still visible on several of them. Textiles recovered from archaeological context usually appear in various shades of brown. This is the result of long-term exposure to soil acids. In some cases, microscopic examination of the fibers can detect traces of a different color. However, to identify the specific dye used, chemical analysis is required. 5 examples were sent to the laboratory to investigate which dyes they contained. Analyses were performed using ultra-performance liquid chromatography mass spectrometry, UPLC-MS. Alizarin was identified in 4 of them, and in 2 samples, rubiadine and purpurine were also detected. These derived from the rhizome of a mother, Rubia tinctorum. The high cost of such analysis, together with their destructive nature, significantly affects the relatively small number of dye studies conducted on the archaeological textiles. UPLC-MS is a highly sensitive analytical technique capable of detecting even very small amounts of dyes. This was the case with the textile from grave 1495 at Czarnówko. Examination conducted with both a dynolite microscope and a standard optical microscope did not reveal any visible traces of color. However, UPLC-MS analysis demonstrated that this textile had also been dyed red, most likely losing mother. So, based on chemical analysis, it can be conducted that some of fabrics were certainly dyed. The last specialized analysis of fabrics from Czarnówko was strontium isotope analysis. Questions concerning the place of textile production may potentially be answered through advanced strontium isotope analysis. Differences in strontium concentration can be observed across geological substrates worldwide, allowing characterization of specific areas and distinguishing the provenance of sampled materials. Strontium isotope analysis is based on the assumption that the amount of this element taken in with food by animals, such as sheep, reflects the strontium signature of the local geology and remains unchanged along the pathway from soil through plants and ultimately into the wool. Over the past decade or so, such analyses have become increasingly popular among archaeologists. They are, however, destructive methods. The sample used for analysis is consumed in the process. which poses a significant problem given the typically small size or archaeological prehistoric textile finds. But at present, a sample weighing 15 to 20 milligrams is sufficient for this type of analysis. But back to the fabrics from Czarnówko. The interpretation of results of 8 textile samples is relatively straightforward. The wool most likely originates from northern Poland, pointing to local provenances. The sample from grave number 1802 and 1458, however, remain problematic. These 2 samples clearly do not derive from the same area as the others. The author of the analysis, Professor Bełka, cautiously suggests central Scandinavia as a possible area of origin of the wool, while stressing that this interpretation cannot be considered certain. And finally, to conclude my presentation, I would like to outline a few key points and possible direction for further research into prehistoric textile production in Poland. When it comes to archaeological textiles themselves, I would recommend increasing the number of specialized analyses, particularly those focusing on dyes and strontium isotopes. Their result will provide valuable new data for further research. Moreover, research into textile economies should not be limited to fabrics alone. Textiles are the final outcome of complex, varied process. Analysis of tools used in their production, as well as studies of how textile manufacture was organized within prehistoric communities, also hold considerable research potential. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think we will have time for questions after the second presentation before the coffee break is concluded. Now let's move. Agata Ulanowska, Textile Heritage Studies in Europe, an overview of the state of the art from the perspective of the cost actions EuroWeb, Europe through Textiles, and HERITEX-HUB.
Hello, thank you very much. I would like to share with you some thoughts, reflections, both objective and sort of scholarly supported, as subjective, that is stemming from 2 cost actions. First was EuroWeb, which was completed in 2024. And I was honored to be the chair of this action. And the second one, which has been completed October last year. And this is the HERITEX-HUB. And this is a kind of the follow-up of the EuroWeb. I'm not sure whether you are familiar with the COST funding scheme. COST is the European Cooperation in Science and Technology. I think it's the least known organization among the Horizon Europe funding schemes. It has a very long time history, and cost actions are very specific because the money is given for networking. So one has applied with a scientific project, but the funding received is not for conducting actual research, but for different types and different kinds of networking. And this includes meetings, such as conferences, workshops, training schools, individual grants of various types, virtual networking tools, and communication and dissemination activities. And what is very interesting is that cost actions aim to gather together researchers, but also people outside the academia. So there are potential stakeholders. In our case, these were like craftspeople. This could be public institutions, small scale and medium scale businesses. So these types of actions are really included inclusive. And also to give you an idea about what type of funding we are talking about, for EuroWeb, we received for all the years altogether 660-something thousand euro. So it's not very much, but it's also like not entirely nothing, given that the money is spent exclusively on conferences. What can also be paid with the funding from cost, the communication and dissemination activities. And what I also find interesting is that the idea behind the cost actions is to reinforce the brainstorming. And one of the assets are the further successes in obtaining grants from other European schemes. And this was actually also the case of our action. The idea of creating like a pan-European platform in which we can collaborate together originated in the Center for Textile Research, and the main proposer of the EuroWeb cost project was Professor Marie-Louise Noche. But we sort of agreed that the moment we are getting funding, I'm taking over, and that happened. So the proposal was signed by 102 colleagues, and it's important to have like a huge impact at the very beginning of the entire application process. We were coming from 24 countries, and we represented different disciplines. However, most of us were ecologists, and it has its consequences in the way how the action developed. There is a special focus on so-called inclusiveness target countries, and this is the current scope of these countries, the current list of these countries marked with green. It looked a little bit different at the moment when we applied. And the inclusiveness target countries are countries which are less successful in obtaining funding from Horizon Europe. And cost actions try to promote scholars from these countries in order to make them in future more successful or more self-confident. And there is also a huge focus on early career researchers and investigators. And in our case, in case of our action, and I will refer to that also later, it's a gender balance because in textile studies, the gender balance is sort of reversed when we compare it to other fields of science and humanities. So we had only 10 proposers who were males. And what is also important, we had a few proposals outside of academia, but collaborating with people who are not academics was not as easy, and not because of them. They were wonderful people, but because the formalities related to this action sort of really limited their participation. So officially, they are very much welcome, but practically, it's not so easy to include them in activities. There is also a very formalized scheme of how these actions should be organized. So the first step is to develop a core group, which is responsible for the action development. And in our case, this core group was represented by leaders of the working groups. We had altogether 6 working groups, 4 which were representing the topics we've been investigating, like textile technologies, clothing identities, textile terminologies, and the fabric of society. Whereas working group 5 and 6 was sort of more technical. So working group 5 was for internal and external communication, and working group 6 was for management, grants, and training. And with Marie-Louise, we have tried very much to offer these positions to early career researchers, and we were very much thoughtful about finding colleagues who were representing this inclusiveness target countries, the abbreviation for that is ITC, and I will go on with the ITC. Additionally, there were two leaders, like two leadership positions, one for the Digital Atlas of European Textile Heritage, one of the most important deliverables of this action, and these were represented by Alina Janku and Katarina Kosteira. And we also produced the monograph, EuroWeb anthology, and here the leader was Kerstin Droskripe. We had some mentoring programs, and we were also monitoring the gender balance and inclusiveness issues. The idea to create like the platform for networking and collaboration, pan-European networking and collaboration, stemmed also from the defined challenges, and these challenges were addressed then in the action objectives. So first we sort of stated that the role of textiles is still overlooked and underestimated in European history and in general studies on European history. That the same applies to the role of textiles in science and technology, and that the novel technique and scientific methods for textile analysis should be combined successfully with large empirical data on textiles. That not enough attention was placed on the role of textiles in our languages and mental universes, how the textile production and textiles shaped them. And finally, we wanted to overcome the gap between theory and praxis and between academia and society. And we hope to renew transfers of knowledge between academia and industry. And unfortunately, in this last aspect, we were not very successful, but this was the challenge which was taken over by the cost-innovative grant HERITEX-HUB. So these challenges were transferred into aims and objectives. So the first one was to formulate a new vision of European history based on textiles. Second, to uncover the underlying structures connected to textiles in languages, technologies, and identities, to bridge a different theoretical and methodological approaches grounded in European scholarship and disseminate new analytical and multidisciplinary methods, dissolve traditional and often obstructive dichotomies of practice and theory through a more integrated approach of disciplines and cultural institutions, and fork new notions of inclusive European identity based on a shared heritage and experience of textiles, and also a sense of belonging and social cohesion. By the end of the action in 2024, we were, the EuroWeb action had members from 32 cost member countries. Therefore, I feel sort of competent to present the overview of the European state of the art, having the knowledge of what's going on in 32 countries. And ITCs were represented by 16 countries, so half of the countries participating were from the ITC. Also, the leadership positions were given to the colleagues from the ITC countries, including me. And we had altogether over 250 formal members, so the action was pretty huge. But the number of participants of particular meetings was even higher, because we could invite people who were not official members of the cost actions occasionally. And here I'm also presenting how those members were distributed among the working groups, and of course the number of participants of the working group sum up to higher number, but people could participate in several working groups. 36% were originally early career scholars, but during the course of the action, this concept has been replaced by the young researchers and innovators concept, and it was a huge and meaningful difference for our action, and we'll talk about it, because apparently in textile research we are biologically not very young. And if we talk about early career researchers, all was fine, because there were a lot of people who were like up to 8 years after their PhD. But when the border was set at the biological age of 40, the situation has changed, and the number of formerly early career researchers really dropped out significantly. And it's quite interesting. And of course, we still were like gender unbalanced, with 21% of male colleagues participating in the action, and only 5% of participants who were outside of academia. What we did, we collaborated really intensively. We have organized altogether 24 conferences, workshops, and seminars. Some are going to be published. Many are recorded and can be accessed through our YouTube channel. I think that the way how we collaborated and the topics we have addressed in these conferences, workshops, and seminars is important for the future of textile research. In Europe, we have organized altogether 11 training schools, which were very nice events. I have also to explain that we started during the pandemic, so part of the events were held exclusively online, and actually in 22 it was possible to start like the actual in-person meetings. And we also supported colleagues by awarding 76 individual grants, and these grants include so-called short-term scientific missions, so it was possible to go to another institution in another country for a short mini project. We supported presentations at conferences with a special grant dedicated to the colleagues from ITC countries. We supported participation in big conferences with dissemination papers talking about our action. And we had wonderful virtual networking tools for collaborative projects and for individual surveys and searches, which helped us developing the action during the lockdowns. And what is very interesting is the distribution showing how active were, how particular countries were active in obtaining these individual grants. And I would like to mention here 2 countries, which is Romania and Portugal, where textile studies were almost not existing at the beginning of the action, and there was few scholars separated working in isolation, and now they take the lead, especially Portugal. I mean, they are super active, they're well united, they developed together new projects, so we could see with the example of these 2 countries that there was tangible progress in studies over the 4 years of the EuroWeb. Scientifically, we produced altogether 55 chapters and papers in multi-authored monographs and journals with Textile Crossroads, the anthology of EuroWeb action. All publications are, of course, open access. And what is also important is that almost all publications are multi-authored. It was one of the expectations from the cost action that we produce papers together. And it was really a very interesting experience, because we were sort of forced to collaborate with colleagues, sometimes even with colleagues whom we did not know very well before, and it was extremely fruitful and beneficial. So I find myself this as a very rewarding experience. From book publications, I would like to mention Funerary Textiles in situ, a very important, I think, publication talking about discussing funerary textiles. Then there were essays collected to honor Eva Andersen-Strand, and a series of papers that were submitted for the Textile Heritage Journal under the common title Advanced Analytical Techniques for Heritage Textiles, and this was the result of the series of lectures which we have organized before that publication. In terms of digital resources, I think that of huge importance is Digital Atlas of European Textile Heritage. In this platform, we gather information about actual textiles, textile tools, textile workshops, and also cloth seals. This is like a very specific type of find, but with this type of find, we sort of responded to research needs of one of our colleagues. And the timeline starts in the Neolithic and ends in 1500 CE. So there are really like millennia of textile development. And if you like go to particular finds, one can find information, specific information about the type of find, publication with photograph if the copyrights allow it. And believe me, checking the copyrights for 32 European countries in order to be sure whether we can publish the photographs or not was a specific challenge. And I'm really happy that this atlas is still alive, it's still developed. So by the end in 2024, it included 3,000, almost like 4,000 actual textiles, 1,700 textile tools, 62 workshops, 261 cloth seals, and this data were coming from over 2,000 archaeological sites and almost 800 collections. We've been asked this year whether it's possible to update the atlas with ornaments, and we are happy to do that. Here I would like to mention that the atlas was developed in collaboration with Digital Center for Digital Technologies from the University of Warsaw. This is the unit with whom I collaborate happily and for a long time. This is actually the fourth project that we developed together, and they are amazing because, I mean, they never stop, so we can finish the project and still change the online platform. They are willing to help. And here we can see the distribution of textiles, textile tools, cloth seals, and textile workshops. And again, I think that this distribution shows state of the art as well. I mean, let us forget perhaps about the cloth seals because this is something very specific. But if we have a look at textiles, they are the best represented. Textile tools, which are far more numerous than textiles, are much less represented in the digital atlas, which I find interesting. So here is definitely still a huge potential for further research. And textile workshops are the least represented, which I think that also illustrates well the state of the art. The other very useful platform is Textile and Clothing Terminology Online. There are several online terminologies, so one may ask why we add another one, like to the Syria terminology, for example. But that one is different because it comprises both ancient and modern terminologies. For the ancient, we have ancient Greek terminology, but also the like kind of Mesopotamian terminologies, which represented a particular interests of Greeks participating in this project. And for modern terminologies, our ambition was to include all the languages spoken in 32 countries. We were not quite successful, but I think it's the only dictionary which is not focused like on 4 and 5 languages, but includes also Slav languages, for example. So for this, we think it's a very important output of the action. And science and communication, as well as like the plan for the outreach, for presenting the outreach, was prepared by Francisco Gomez. He is also the leader of the follow-up, the HERITEX-HUB, an amazing colleague from Portugal. And the way how he has managed our communication, I think, is like breathtaking. So we had obviously website, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. I especially recommend YouTube because there were several events recorded, not only like conferences, but we had the so-called EuroWeb book corner when we presented new books about textile research. We had interviews, we had recorded interviews with Action members telling about how they perceive textile heritage from the perspective like of early career researchers, of advanced researchers. I think that the content is really, really rich. And this YouTube channel served also the HERITEX-HUB action, so we have also some interviews with politicians responsible for European policy and regarding textiles and textile production. And Francisco has produced a communication plan, and I think this could be like a template for any grant application, any action. This is available online, and you can have a look at it if you wish. I think it's like worth considering because it's amazing document, super useful. And now if we come to like scientific results of the action, I think that we managed to address several new gaps in knowledge, like to identify them and also formulate new challenges. So what we found especially beneficial is that in our scientific meetings, we have cross-cultural, chronological, and geographical borders, and we found it especially beneficial, like not to work within, like, I don't know, Bronze Age or Iron Age, but like try to think diachronically about textile heritage, and also not to focus on like national borders, which of course we are all very well aware of that they do not correspond to actual concepts of borders of cultures in the past, but like to try to address it more in a more concise way was a kind of the benefit and perhaps also a challenge. Another challenge is the focus on terminology. I said about it a few words yesterday. I think that we still have a lot of work to do to be sure that we understand each other well when we talk about something, and I don't think it's already a case. But at least we are aware that this is the problem, and I think it's already important. We also think that we still lack theoretical framework for textile studies and for studying textile heritage, and this is something which should be developed. And a lot can be done in elaborating comparative methodologies. Then we also realized that we need more focus on specific types of textile preservation, and the best examples are mineralized textiles we were talking about today and yesterday, and also textile imprints. And what we also find like a kind of a gap in knowledge is that not so much was done on the economics and consumption of textiles. I mean, we more focus on presenting the evidence, but there is the next level, which is the interpretation of this evidence and like formulating more general pictures. So the topics which are still requiring more research are like funerary textiles, sailing textiles, military textiles, the role of textile inventories, textiles and seals. This is something what I'm doing, but also textiles and body, and how we perceive textiles as a specific construct which help our body moving and express our movements, textiles and war, etc. So I found it very interesting. And what we learned from our networking. First of all, we had a lot of fun. This is not very scientific, but we did. And which I find like a top bonus. There are many friendships which are resulting from this action, many international friendships. And I don't know why, but I feel emotional when I learn that like colleagues from 4 countries are spending holidays now together. Yes, I think it's really something. So we developed a much more robust and integrated network and improved multidisciplinary communication, that's for sure. We mapped textile institutions and state of research across Europe, and we also identified gaps in textile knowledge, pinpointed problems in the field, and explored the potential of textiles as a prism for understanding the past, present, and future of Europe. What we started to do, and I think we should continue, is to establish standards and guidelines for terminologies, methods, and analytical approaches. And we learned that engaging scholars with professionals outside academia may not be easy, but it's still very worth trying. And this is something which we continue within the HERITEX-HUB project. During our outreach activities, we really tried to get in touch with politicians. As you can see, we were quite successful because, I don't know, please pay attention to the, let's see if I have a look at this person who was visiting the stand of EuroWeb Action during the first in 2024, and we were selected as a special stand to be presented to Ursula von der Leyen, so we were really proud about the success of our action. And the festival, the new European Bauhaus Festival, is an interesting event to show up. And since it's held in Brussels, this contact with the policymakers is really, as you can see, very straightforward. But during these kind of events, we observed a growing awareness of textile heritage, which is perhaps obvious, but we can see that people are really interested in that. That people draw comparisons between textile heritage and their life experiences, which is also important. And there is the significant connection between the textile heritage and between our studies and concerns regarding sustainability. So, the HERITEX-HUB. HERITEX-HUB is the so-called Cost Innovator Grants. It's offered to the best actions. And actually, we are like one of the very few actions in humanities which were awarded this grant. And we got like maximum score, so even for cost action, it was a great surprise that we were so successful. But it also shows the potential of textile studies, I think. That, I mean, there were for sure many other very important topics in humanities that should be approached with the similar concern and seriousity, but textiles somehow have this potential. They really attract attention. And the idea beyond the HERITEX-HUB was to create a networked knowledge hub, like to use our experiences from EuroWeb to promote green transition in textile and fashion sectors, and share the rich information that we garnered by our textile heritage research or mapped during this EuroWeb project. And the idea is to act as an umbrella organization for the research community and to ensure the transfer of knowledge to society and its inclusion in decision-making and innovation processes. We wanted to be heard. Also to offer practical tools to creators and entrepreneurs seeking inspiration for more sustainable business models. And the team was composed about 21 members. Here we had to propose the team. The action was not open. to Nicolle, and chair was Francisco Gomez, and vice chair was Paula Nabaish. And I think she is also like a great example of what how cost actions may help you. She's an early career researcher, and now she got her first URC starting grant. We are very happy for her. There are already like 6 grants, big grants resulting from EuroWeb. So, I mean, and the action concluded 2 years ago. So I think that the success is like quite visible. And the idea behind this grant was to think how we can address the issues which were defined by the European Green Deal and European policy for the Circular Economy Action Plan, and specifically for the sustainable and circular economies relating to textiles and textile production. And it's a huge topic which we should keep in mind, because I mean, it's very much political how the textile production is organized now. I wonder, I mean, for me, several things were totally eye-opening when I participated in this grant. Until that moment, I was not thinking why we still use like so many synthetic fibers in terms of relation of the synthetic fibers to the oil production companies, who are great supporters for this kind of production. So, I mean, there is really like a great politics behind what's going on in Europe with textile production. We thought, particularly Francisca, but I will say we, that with textile heritage we can bring kind of inspiration for the inspiration coming from the past about the natural products that were used in textile production, especially wool, which is a forgotten now raw material, to the point that, like in many countries, like in Greece, where the sheep are still bred for milk and for food, wool is burned. I mean, sheep have to be sheared because otherwise they will die. But the wool is a pure waste. Nobody does anything with it. They burn it in the fields. It's very, very sustainable practice. Huh? So these are issues we would like to address. Then we wanted to present like the insights from ancient tools and techniques, resource management, also the practices of repairing, reuse, and repurposing textiles, and the value of the past know-how, the craft knowledge, which we find also very important. So HERITEX-HUB is like a bridge between the research, the creatives and businesses, and finally the decision makers. And it had, again, working groups, because that's how every cost action is organized. So one was responsible for digital atlas of sustainable resources and know-how, definitely inspired by the digital atlas of textile heritage. One was with toolbox and guidelines and flowcharts, and one for teaching and mentoring, and one for consulting and project-based partnership. Now, within HERITEX-HUB, we had also like training schools and meetings. And what is the most important result is the business plan for creating the HERITEX-HUB, because the action was like not to give us the, not to end up with the HERITEX-HUB ready, but like to give us time to prepare how we would like to make it, because it's a huge enterprise. And also what is very important is the white paper which we produced about the state of the art and about European textile heritage today. And I mentioned surveys. During the action lifetime we made several surveys, and now I would like to conclude with some results of these surveys which give us insights to who we are and what we do. One which is like more economy related is the national survey of the European textile, dress and fashion sectors. It presents the state of the art by 2019, so before the pandemic. And it's very nicely illustrated by Paula Nabaish, which allows very easy comparisons of the European textile, dress, and fashion sectors among the European countries participating in EuroWeb. We also prepared the Gender and Inclusiveness Survey report, and there were surveys on national textile networks in Europe countries, and also beyond EuroWeb, a survey about future sustainability of textile network, and this one was responded by responders from 37 countries, so more than actually participating in EuroWeb. The size of the surveys, we were not social scientists, so it was about like 100 respondents to each survey, and from many countries. I don't know how much does this represents the situation in Europe, but it's like, there are some like hard facts. Yes, there was usually 100 respondents responding our questions. So who we are? How old are we? We are not very young, as you can see. And it's quite interesting because the majority of scholars comes from 40 to 49 and then 50 to 59 in terms of biological years. And what does it show? It shows that we come to textile studies late. So it's not like our first choice when we do our MA in majority. So this is something which comes with the development. So it's not surprising that when we have the question, how long are we in the field? Then the majority of respondents says it's less than 10 years. So like in biology, we were not very young. In mind, we are very young, but in terms of the experience in the field, we were still like, let's say, early career researchers. Actually, I'm myself, like, I'm 12 years in the field, yes, so it's not much. And who we are in terms of the gender, you can see we're clearly womenized, or I don't know how to say. There is no gender balance. There are much more women in textile studies. However, if we ask the question of how do we conform to normative views on gender identity, the answer is much more rainbowy. So it's not like the same in these two charts. And now, where do we come from? So in terms of affiliation, 57% of the responders works at the universities. It also shows that we are very much university focused still. 20% in museums, 20 at research institutions, 21% of independent researchers, which I think also illustrates well the problems with finding jobs. And only 2 work for like governmental agencies, 3% for NGOs. And if we think who you are in terms of specialty, the 46% are researchers, 38% archaeologists. So as I told you, there is like a very much focus in archaeology in what we did, although we tried not to, 18% of historians and 17% of conservators. Only 3% of textile engineers, for example. So this is like something which we like in this overview. And now if we ask question about the receptiveness of textile research topics in higher education, 67% of responders believe that how higher education institutions in their countries are less receptive to research topics involving textiles. And this is, I think, a very important information. And this is something we can do, because if 57% of us are at the universities, we are working in education institutions. So this is something we can push forward. And now where we are going, where are we going? What is, I would like at last address 3 things with this. This is the concluding slide, so I'm finishing. some remarks result from this white paper on the future of European textile heritage research and its impact on society. Some come from the from the survey on emerging creative trends in European textile craftsmanship. So these are responses of craftspeople and creatives, not researchers. And like about further multidisciplinarity and especially digitization of textile heritage. That's the Textiles project, again funded by Horizon Europe, and again the project in which I'm participating. I'm one of the co-leaders of this project. So let us maybe start with the creative trends in European textile craftsmanship. What is very interesting, because the question was like, what they need from us, or what they need to develop their businesses. And it's not money, which would be like the most obvious answer. What they want is networking and partnership. It's specialized training, education, access to circular and digital production methods, collaboration with universities, integration of research into practice. So it shows that a lot can be done on this level among us and not scholars. Then when we think about the future of European textile heritage, digital methods is something which definitely should be developed. And with the Textiles project, we developed the platforms which will be available at the end for all interested, helping digitization of the resources. With several case studies and with methods using AI, so we think it will be very prospectful. We expect to have first results. The action started in September 24. We expect to have first tangible results by the end of this summer. And then with white paper, we mapped such points of interest like intangible heritage, something which we found very important. So the mode of human and textile interaction, which is the thing which we can pursue further. And this includes sensorial experiences, very important in case of textiles, and especially in case of clothing with its identity signaling, emotional attachments, and the value of craftsmanship. We think it's still undervalued. Then the high capacity of our environment in general to access competitive funding through national and EU grant schemes, because I think we are higher than above, than average, and this is definitely the potential of our environment. Fostering textile heritage-based education and improving outreach through storytelling, because textiles are very beautiful topic for the narratives and participatory initiatives. And I thank you for your attention, and also thank Francisco for sharing some slides for this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you both presenters for extremely interesting presentations. And we have plenty of time for discussion and questions before the coffee break is scheduled at 11. And taking the advantage of holding this microphone, maybe I'll start because both of you have talked about research undertaken funded with grants, right? External grants. Which of course involves deadlines, timetables, and the moment the grant ends. So the question is about continuation, which I think means different things for each of you. But it's like for Magdalena, what do you want to do next? And, you know, like, I know, reconstructing this picture of prehistoric textiles in Poland and for Agata, the principal thing about I'm curious is how to maintain those digital platforms you have initiated, right, at the University of Warsaw, prawda? Because it seems that this is an extremely useful tool and resource, but needs to be maintained and updated. So, if you may.
Okay, thank you for that question. Oh my, I want to do so many things. Fortunately, I work at the Archaeological Museum in Biskupin, so I have plenty of space for archaeological experimentation, which involves producing threads or processing, yeah, processing the fibers, not only wool but also flax, but also bast fibers. Of course, we have lots of trees, lime trees, so we have this opportunity to use them actually. So yeah, I think experimental archaeology is one of the most important method in prehistoric textiles research because of there's not many fragments of textiles themselves from this period. So we have to understand how, of course, we all know how they were made because it's a quite simple, let's say simple process, but very complex. So I think I will focus more on the textile tools themselves. Yeah, and of course, if any one of you will have any prehistoric textiles, I will open to analyze them. So please contact with me; it's no problem. But I have to admit that I've started with late medieval and early modern textile with Małgorzata Grupa like 15 years ago now. But my heart was always prehistoric, unfortunately. So I have to switch, and that's why I defend my PhD from the prehistoric textile and the textile economy, actually. What more? Those very specialized chemical analysis, I think it's the key also. Yeah, definitely in the term of the dyeing threads and fabrics. Yeah. It's something. I was so amazed when I saw the results of this 5 sample that I gave it to the poznańskie CSI poznańskie. No, Poznański Park Technologiczny. They were very helpful. About costs, well, I've paid like 2,000 zloty for one sample, like 4 years ago. Now I think it's less, probably because, yeah, I think it's less now. Strontium isotopes are not very expensive. I paid like 500 zloty per one sample, so it's not very, of course, still it's quite expensive if you have like 100 samples, but if you have like 10 of them, it still can be done. So yeah, definitely those two ways of further research. Yeah. I've tried actually, but the problem is that you have to spend so many hours to spin the thread. I mean, like really, hundreds of hours. It's like 200 hours to spin 2 kilometers of threads that you can use to produce like 1 meter wide and 1.5 meters length textile. So it's so time consuming that I think my director won't agree. But yeah, I'm still spinning. I'm still gathering all these fibers. So probably someday I will use it to make a full-scale textile. Thank you.
Okay, so talking about platforms and digital resources, actually I think they are much more durable than we think. And I'm also saying that from my experience, and maybe I should say that I'm the person who got my first PC in 1991. And the MA thesis, which I wrote back then, it's still accessible. So I think it shows that really, like, we should trust digital technology somehow. So also in terms of like durable, the expected duration is about 10-15 years. So I mean, even the funders are not expecting that something will last forever. So one solution is to go for like university-supported platforms, and this is the case of the EuroWeb digital atlas of textile heritage that it's hosted at the University of Warsaw. And I think it's pretty much secure because we have this digital competence center. We have a lot of servers, more than we need, I think, now. We had a lot of storage space. I think that we were the institutions now with like the largest capacity in Europe of the storage space. And I mean, we're given like 5 terabytes for whatever project if we need. But this is also due to the funding from, post-COVID funding from European Union. We use this money to buy that. So I think it is secure. I mean, if there is like not major breakdown, then we should have these resources continuing. The terminology platform is held at Hypothesis. That's the French organization which supports like cultural and heritage resources online. So I think its future is also secure. Whereas for the Textiles project, they, within the funding, and the funding is really impressive, the scheme is Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage. It's like the call within the Horizon framework. And we've got like 3,600,000 euro altogether, and we were naive to ask for so little, because I think that if we would ask for 32, we'd got it too. So I mean, it's a very nice scheme. I recommend it. So we are like constructing the, this platform on the servers which are provided by the project, and they will be hosted by the Afina Research Center, which is the PI in this project. So I think that with this money, it's also kind of secure.
Okay. I have a comment and a question to Professor Ulanowska. As it happens, I'm a cost expert, so I would like to begin with most sincere congratulations. Well, I do this project, okay? No. In the incipient stage, all right. That seemed to me very challenging, but I think that you passed the mark with flying colors. Bearing in mind the scale of this project, that's great achievement, and I was truly impressed by this presentation. I think you showed. Had there been any cost official here, he would be, as I'm sure, as impressed as I am. You sure met all criteria. But I have a, so having said so, I have a question, because obviously data networking project, so it's funded so that you can meet either online or in real life and talk and so on. But you also published 55 papers, which is also an nice outcome. But have you given any thought to what impact have you made on the outside world? That is, have people been reading your papers? And this is measured by citations, of course. That is great, you achieved a lot, but what other people think of it?
Thank you very much for this question. I'm afraid it's too early to answer because, I mean, the books were published in 2024 and one in 2025. So, I mean, in terms of citations, it needs some processing. I think that I can tell you about like my contributions. Textile, like EuroWeb anthology, was published with Nebraska, so they sent each month the updates about like what is the interest in your topic and what is the interest in your paper. So it's okay. I think like people were reading and they are referring. I was contributing together with Christina Margariti, Petra Lindstedt, and Inna van der Berge about the analytical techniques in studying textiles. So, but I think to answer you fully, we need to wait like perhaps at least another year, because I mean, like when you publish, then you need like 1 year for people to read this and then to go on. But if you talk about the impact resulting, like measurable impact, like interest in our YouTube channel, it is existing. It's fine, I think, if we compare it like to other YouTube channels related to past, which are not done by professionals, and obviously we were not professionals. It's okay, I think it has like hundreds to thousands of views depending on the content. Then if we think about the resulting grants, as I told you, we got like 6 grants resulting from this action, and I think it's a lot because it's really like the brainstorming thing. I also think that this publication, Funerary Textiles in Situ, will have a lot of citations because it's really like, whereas the anthology is more like the overview, so probably this will be used by colleagues who want to start studying textile heritage, and the same applies to this publication Common Thread, or like to want to present the overview of the state of the art, whereas funerary textiles will serve, like it will be really helpful. But there are more publications going on which are resulting from cost action, because I mean, it's also unrealistic for the actions in humanities that if they last for years, they end up like with monographs, because we need time to publish those monographs. So now the publication, the post-conference volume about textiles and wars has already been published this year, not 26, 25, last year. And I think it's also a very important publication because it highlights the importance of the military textiles and the range of textiles used in wars and existing like in military sphere. Then there is one more publication about textile tools, which is like to be published, I don't know, next month. So there are even more publications resulting, but I could not report them in the final report because I had to submit it in like November 24. But thank you for your kind words. And I think that we were very much liked by our science officer, Dr. Rosella Mali. She really was happy with us, and we were very happy with her. She was excellent person to collaborate with. Thank you.
More questions?
Agata, why do you think so many women in this research of textiles, in this business, textile business, why?
I think I know the answer partially because it comes also from the survey. I think it's partially related to the lack of male role models. So if you don't have like male scholars involved in textile research, it may less attract males. And I have started like hands-on classes, like the introduction to textile production back in 2011 at my faculty, then institute, and I could see the change. So when I started, these classes are very popular. They really liked. I have like last year when I had this class, I had like a waiting list with 11 students who wanted to participate. So it's really like something. So when we started, there were like 2 or 1 male students. Now it's not like half-half, but I would say it's like 30% of male students in this class. So I think it's changing, and stereotypically, textiles and textile production was perceived as something not as challenging as metalworking, of course, although the chain operateur of textile production, it's as complex as the chain operateur in metallurgy, actually, and definitely not as skilled as pottery making and stuff. So the value of the craftsmanship, textile craftsmanship, but also the like management thinking, planning, this is all present in textile production. I mean, we start planning a new shirt by deciding which area should be planted with flax, yes? So it's like a very complex process. But this was somehow underestimated. I think it's like also the gender issue, how humanities developed, that women in humanities were like, okay, in Poland we were present quite notably, but in many countries women were not even access to the university, so they were not like present in the scholarship until the beginning of the 20th century practically, yes? So I think this is the combination of the underestimation and like the textiles is something proper for a woman. And I think you've heard, like, in Poland, many things are different. We had Professor Jerzy Majek, yes? But he sort of explained all the time why he was dealing with textiles. It was not like, okay, because he was interested in. It was also always like the story because his father was a weaver. And I think it was very important because one needs really this kind of deep technological understanding when textiles are studied. But I think, thank you for this question. I think we should reflect on it, really. And also what was funny, in this survey on gender, we've got answers from male colleagues saying that they cannot stand us. Because like at conferences, like we are knitting or crocheting, which is truth, actually. I mean, I'm not doing it myself, but it's the thing which helps focusing. It's like drawing. I mean, it's nothing bad, but the perception is that like, are they serious? Or like they're knitting during papers? Oh. So probably we're also not as welcoming as we think about ourselves.
Maybe it's not a proper question, but please try to answer. Did you find during excavations from, I don't know, is it textile? Knitting textiles? Not using tools, but only using hands.
Yeah. We have something that is called sprung technique. When you use only fingers, you have some kind of, let's say, loom, and you have only one system, which is warp. You have to stretch it, and you're just using your fingers. And I love this technique, really do. It's quite amazing. And nail binding, yeah, also, which is in Polish like ścieki głowy. It is quite common in medieval times, but in prehistoric times, in prehistoric assemblage in Poland, it's not. There is no actually fragment made of it, but we have a sprung, yeah.
Woven textiles appear about like depends where, but it's like 7th millennium BCE. So like all what is known from before, these are not woven pieces, and like not woven technologies, all sorts of plating and linking, they are present in the oldest textiles. So yeah, but whether they were done without any tools, it's another story, because also actually weaving could be done without any tools. I mean, you can use your body and make a loom out of your body. So it's like two things, I think.
Okay, if there are no more questions, then coffee break, and we resume at 11:10. Thank you.
Okay, so good morning again. Welcome back to our conference. And the next talk will be, is pre-recorded, and it's by John Nicolle, David Nicolle, I'm sorry, about leather armor from Syria. So let's play it.
According to Robert Hales, the antiques dealer who owned what I have called the Euphrates hoard for several years, the hoard was purchased from him by Sheikh Hassan for the Agata Ministry of Antiquities. That was in the final years of the last century or in the first of this century, and the purchaser is assumed to have been Sheikh Hassan bin Muhammad, who set up the Hassan bin Muhammad Center for Historical Studies. For the past 30 years or so, I have been trying unsuccessfully to confirm the whereabouts of this hoard. In fact, I still hope to continue the study which I had briefly made of this material when it was still owned by Bob Hales. Meanwhile, although the Euphrates hoard remains a mystery, we know quite a lot about it. It was reportedly found by local treasure hunters in a single location in a collapsed chamber of an unnamed structure which overlooked the river Euphrates in eastern Syria. The hoard was sold to a Middle Eastern antiques dealer, reportedly in Beirut. Excuse me. That was before 1970, after which UNESCO declarations made such traffic illegal without official government authorization. The hoard eventually came into the possession of Robert Hales, who immediately recognized its historical importance. Nevertheless, he was fully also aware that the hoard ranged from visually attractive, indeed dramatic objects, to small pieces of organic material. The latter were mainly leather or rawhide and were described by Robert's wife as looking like dog chews. Furthermore, almost all the objects were at that time unlike any other known items of medieval Islamic military equipment. Consequently, neither museums nor private collectors took much interest, although a few said that they might purchase one or two of the prettier and more recognizable pieces. For his part, Robert Hales insisted that the entire so-called Euphrates hoard must remain together as an undivided collection so that it could be made available for study as a single entity. This was when I seized the opportunity to photograph the objects and to take a few hurried notes. Today, the hoard can be recognized for what it is, namely Mamluk, Ilkhanid, or, in a few cases, perhaps late Ayyubid military equivalent from the time of the Crusades or shortly after. The approximate dating of several objects, including one of the laminated cuirasses, has also been established by radiocarbon testing. Furthermore, a small number of closely related armour fragments have been found during more recent, properly conducted archaeological excavations. In my opinion, it seems likely that the collapsed building overlooking the Euphrates, where this hoard was reportedly found, was the southeastern tower of Qalat al-Rahba. This collapsed between the 1920s to 1950s. Or it might have been found in a building in the abandoned medieval village at the foot of Qalat al-Rahba citadel. This was partially excavated by French and Syrian archaeologists between 1976 and 1981. It is also possible, though I think less likely, that it was all found in an unknown location south of the present town of Mayadin, where excavations similarly halted in 1981. Returning to the citadel of excuse me, Kalatalrapa. Here, the military artifacts excavated by professional French and Syrian archaeologists all seem to have come from the vicinity of the citadel's main northwestern gate. They include over 2,000 tanged rather than socketed iron arrow or crossbow bolt heads. Also, numerous wooden crossbow bolt shafts with paper fletchings and a few arrow shafts made of reed. A small round shield or kalkan made of spiral cane sewn together with cotton thread was found nearby in a vaulted gallery next to the gate. This shield had a wooden backing or reinforcement made of palm wood. Equally interesting was an isolated rectangular iron scale from a cuirass. It was embossed with a heraldic lion provisionally identified as the famous Lion of Bypass. All this material was subsequently kept in an excavation store building before being transferred to the Deir az-Zor Museum. In 2015, the museum collection was reportedly removed by the Syrian army because hostile ISIS forces were getting too close. Its current location remains unclear, and the museum itself is currently closed. Here I must point out that two comparable hoards of military equipment dating from the Mamluk period have been found in the citadel of Damascus, while a third was also found in the castle of Masyaf. So, to the objects in the Euphrates hoard. The hoard consists, or originally consisted, of medieval armour and other military equipment, plus a few elements of horse harness. It included a mail shirt, which had corroded into a single lump, along with fragments of both iron lamella and textile lined or textile covered metal scale armour. However, it is possible that the mail and scale armour did not come from the same location as the rest of the hoard. Most of the material is of leather or hardened leather, rawhide, wood or other organic material. There is very little metal in the hoard. Without doubt, the most impressive pieces are several laminated cuirasses, a few of which seem almost complete. These consist of overlapping horizontal strips of leather or rawhide, originally held together by vertical leather straps, which I will show shortly. There is also a small amount of conventional lamellar armour, probably of rawhide, as seen here. Other elements in the hoard may be less impressive, but are historically important. For example, there is a leather sling reinforced with rope, which would almost certainly have been used with a stone-throwing siege machine, such as a small manchanik or mangonel. As far as I know, this is the only such mangonel sling in existence from the medieval period. In addition, the hoard includes a remarkable array of archery equipment. This includes several handheld composite bows, some composite crossbow staves, and numerous bolts or arrows. One almost complete hardened leather hat or light helmet and a second fragmentary one were found. Each is reinforced with wooden blocks and has a decoratively lacquered gesso or plaster surface. For several years, such headgear was thought to be unique. But a number of very similar hard hats have now been found in the citadel of Damascus. A separate leather lining may have been from one of these hard hats, but might also have come from a missing helmet. Elements of horse harness in the hoard include part of a leather-covered wooden saddle with an Arabic inscription. Other items of horse harness include what might be a leather head covering or the covering of a head-protecting chamfron, and a small sheet of quilted material which could have formed part of a horse armour or horse collar. The historical context. The only precise scientific evidence so far available are a few carbon dating tests. These were made by a reputable American laboratory which stated that the leather from one of the most complete laminated cuirasses produced a date of circa 1220 CE. Dating from some other leather, sinew and wooden objects produced dates ranging from circa 1195 CE to circa 1285 CE. Meanwhile, I noted that some of the leather items appear to have been nibbled by rats. This surely suggests that they had been in some sort of room or chamber that was sealed to humans but not to rodents. Furthermore, there is no evidence that the items had ever been buried. Here we should refer to Giovanni of Plano Carpini's description of the hardened leather or rawhide cuirasses, which he observed being worn by Mongol warriors during his epic journey to Mongolia in 1245 to 1247 CE. I think that the most reliable translation is by Christopher Dawson, and I quote, excuse me, "Some have cuirasses and protections for their horses, fashioned out of leather in the following manner. They take strips of ox hide or the skin of another animal, a hand's breadth wide, and cover 3 or 4 together with pitch, and they fasten them with leather thongs or cord. In the upper strip they put the lace at one end, and in the next they put it in the middle, and so on to the end. Consequently, when they bend, the lower strips come up over the upper ones, and thus there is a double or triple thickness over the body. The cuirass is made in 4 parts. One piece stretches from the thigh to the neck, but is shaped to fit the human figure, being narrow across the chest and curved round the body from the arms downwards. Behind, over the loins, they have another piece which reaches from the neck and meets the first piece encircling the body. These 2 sections, namely the front one and the back, are fastened with clasps to 2 iron plates, one on each shoulder. Also, on each arm, they have a piece stretching from the shoulder to the hand and open at the bottom, and on each leg another piece. All these sections are fastened together by clasps. The upper part of the helmet is of iron or steel, but the part affording protection to the neck and throat is of leather. All these leather sections are made in the manner described above." End quote. Just under a decade later, William of Rubruck's account of his mission to the court of the great Khan Munke in 1253 to 1255 CE included a comment of which he clearly regarded as an inferior sort of armour. Here again, I quote Christopher Dawson's translation. I also saw two men who appeared before Mangu, that is Khan Monge, armed with tunics made of curved pieces of stiff leather, which were very clumsy and cumbersome. End quote. The armours themselves. Given the short time available in a presentation such as this, I would now like to show some more photographs of these remarkable objects. Also, I want to note some design features, construction techniques, and decorative aspects. As the material was in private hands when I was briefly able to study it, the cuirasses lack any official inventory identification. So I offer my own unofficial alphabetical designations for these cuirasses, plus some isolated elements. Here we see cuirass A white cuirass with black sides, consisting of 10 lames with a fixed raised neck element, perhaps a partial and certainly very faded floral decoration, perhaps complete. Cuirass B. This is a white cuirass with black sides and a very faded floral or geometric pattern on one or more of the lames. It still consists of 14 lames and is thus virtually complete. Also note the green stained edges. Cuirasses C and D. Cuirass C is a yellow cuirass with vertical black stripes. Each lame is made of a single piece of probable rawhide having a smooth surface. It consists of 9 surviving lames and 1 possible shoulder piece, plus iron reinforcements and some remaining side hinges. The black stripes are painted with imitation lamellae. Cuirass D is a red cuirass consisting of 5 lames with a permanently attached neck element, plus a shoulder piece, a separate fragment, and external support straps. It may actually be complete, and thus an example of a small or limited form of armour. Cuirasses E1 and E2. Probably all one armour. It consists of an overall yellow cuirass with a smooth surface, assembled as 2 sets consisting of 4 lames plus an extended neck lame and 8 lames of approximately similar lengths. Cuirass F. Unfortunately, I neglected to record the colour of this cuirass, which currently consisted of 4 long lames, 1 shorter lame, and 2 smaller fragments. The external surfaces are decorated with vertical shavings of leather. Cuirass G consists of 4 lames of an undecorated cuirass with some linkage straps. It seems to be the only armour which was entirely undecorated. Cuirass H. This is probably a single cuirass, though in 2 parts when I saw it. The lames are decorated with vertical green and orange or uncoloured natural leather stripe. The uppermost lame has an attached neck element, while the lower edge of the lowest lame has a broad horizontal leather strap secured by large rivets. Cuirass I. Here we have a cuirass which is largely painted white with a bold floral decoration edged in red and black. The uppermost of the three lames has an attached neck element which is stained dark and itself has an Arabic inscription. There are three dark-coloured hinged side elements. Cuirass J. Here we have a white cuirass consisting of one long and three short lames, the external surfaces being partially decorated with vertical shavings of leather. However, the sides of the three short lames lack these decorative shavings and are painted black. The longest piece may not be from the same armour. Cuirass K. This armour has a largely white or natural leather colour, partially decorated with vertical shavings of leather, but the smooth surfaced side portions are painted with imitation lamellae, while the lower edges are decorated with green and red stripes. There is also one remaining iron hinge. Amongst the isolated elements of several unidentified cuirasses, there is this lame with bright red ends, which may originally have been curved around the sides. The central part is decorated with vertical leather shavings painted white with vertical pale and slender green stripes. There are thus the substantial elements of some 10 cuirasses plus the isolated fragments. 2 of these armours seem to be virtually complete, and a third and fourth almost so. Most have coloured outer surfaces in which the painting or staining provided an overall decorative scheme for the entire armour. One of the raised collars also has an Arabic inscription, while another has an arabesque pattern painted on a dark edging strip. As already stated, each cuirass consists of semi-rigid hoops, and in some instances these still have some iron hinges. Some also have a narrow iron reinforcement plate at the centre of the back. There is only one example where with an iron ring or staple attachment, but several retain some fragments of leather fastening laces or straps and buckles. So to evidence of supporting straps and possible shoulder elements. The leather straps which link the horizontal lames are usually between the interior of the lower edge of the upper lame and the exterior of the upper edge of the lower lame, resulting in the sequence overlapping downwards. Thus they do not fit Carpini's description of upwards overlapping elements. Only in one example are the supporting straps entirely on the outside of a laminated cuirass, and here the lames do overlap upwards as in a normal lamellar cuirass. In addition to hoops protecting the torso, abdomen and perhaps hips, some armours originally had shoulder pieces attached at the back and probably laced or buckled at the front. An additional but clearly associated piece may have formed some sort of different shoulder piece or part of an arm or leg protection. The majority of the hardened leather hoops and other elements of these cuirasses are made of several layers of leather, although the method of treating the original hides remains unknown. The outermost layer, sometimes wrapped around the ends of the lame. The layers may be attached to each other with glue or, according to Plano Carpini, with pitch. As already stated, a few pieces consisted of a single thick layer of probable rawhide, as seen here. Another interesting feature of several pieces is the surface stitching. Others of these examples have regularly spaced rows of small leather stitching on the inner and, where visible, outer surfaces, and have smooth outer surfaces. So to the surface decorations consisting of shaved leather. A significant number of pieces have an outer surface partially or largely formed of consecutive overlapping layers of very thin or shaved leather, which again have regular rows of fine leather stitching. Each overlap is about 2 millimeters wide. Yet another decorative feature consists of painted imitation lamellae. This is seen on two of the cuirasses, one with a smooth outer surface and one with an outer surface partially covered with slender vertical shavings, and have been painted partially to represent a form of simple overlapping rows of lamellae. I would like to thank all attendees at the conference for listening so patiently to this perhaps rather lengthy and complex presentation.
Okay. I would like to thank David for a lovely and interesting presentation. We will be able to ask questions at the end of this block, and I have information that David is actually with us online. So the next person presenting is Krzysztof Nawotka from University from Wrocław, and so I will leave it to you now.
Thank you very much. Before I start, I would like to thank profusely the organizer, Professor Kowalska, for staging this absolutely marvelous conference. It's a splendid setting, but also for letting me come, although I'm not an archaeologist, and leather will be only a small part of my presentation. But on the positive side, at least I'll be talking about a story known to all, which is the story of three youth in the fiery furnace, a biblical story, very well known to everybody. This paper will study the costume of the Jewish notables in the book of Daniel, thrown by Nebuchadnezzar into a burning furnace for their refusal to worship a pagan idol. I press here, don't I?
Yes.
Good. I will attempt to properly label the recorded elements of their costume, and then I will raise a question of the significance of their dress within the cultural and political context of the Middle East in the rough period when this scene was written down. The underlying assumption is that the dress, both actually worn by a historical character or described in an ancient literary work, not only manifests its wearer's aesthetic choices, but also reflects contemporary attitude to the dominant culture of the day. The book of Daniel is among the latest texts of Old Testament, although it contains a number of prophecies under interpretation. In the Hebrew Bible, unlike in the Septuagint, the book of Daniel is not classified under prophets, but under writings. According to the book, Daniel was a Jewish prophet living in Babylon in the age of Nebuchadnezzar II, which is between 605 and 561 BCE. And indeed, a wise man of this name is known from other places in the Bible. But this is a pseudo-epigraphon, so written under an assumed name. The date of it can be set no later than 164 BCE, and the complex origin of this book is manifest in its linguistic disunity. A part of it is in Hebrew and part in Aramaic. Although the sequence of languages used in Palestine was Hebrew and then Aramaic, in all probability the Aramaic passages of Daniel are earlier, sometimes much earlier than its Hebrew sections, and then the date of the final composition. And the stories recorded in such passages like the story of the three youths may have circulated much earlier, some perhaps already in the 6th century BCE. These are the three youths. This is the only ancient representation of the scene I have been able to find. It's from catacombs of Priscilla in Rome, and you will discover quite soon that this is not what they looked like, okay? Chapter 3 of the book of Daniel contains a story of the king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar, who erected a gold statue 60 cubits high of his god and ordered all dignitaries of his empire to worship it on the pain of death by burning. 3 young Jewish administrators of the province of Babylon, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, disobeyed the king. Denounced by the Chaldeans, jealous of their high position, they were interrogated by the king, and since they persisted in their refusal to worship the pagan god, they were cast into the blazing furnace. Hence the traditional name of this episode, 3 youths in the fiery furnace. As the story, protected by an angel of God, the 3 young Jewish notables survived in the furnace unharmed, with no harm to their clothes either. Impressed by the power of their god, Nebuchadnezzar paid him respect, freed Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and in due course further promoted them. The 3 youths are portrayed as high officials of the kingdom of Nebuchadnezzar, the greatest power in the Middle East of his day. This affords some significance to the dress they are wearing in the hour of trial. The 4 terms are used with reference to their costume in this order: sarbal, patish, karbalach, and there is a word lebushechon. The easiest is this last one, which means that they clothed themselves with the rest of their garment. This is placed after the specific items have been listed. The second in the list is patish, possibly a Persian loanword, attested as either shoes, but also as shirt or tunic. And the third word, karbalach, known from an inscription of Darius I, which names among peoples of the empire, peoples of the empire, sorry, got lost, Saka tigra hauda, or Saka, that is Scythians in pointed caps. In Akkadian text, the word karbalatu is always used in the Iranian context, applying to the headgear of Cimmerians or other Iranian warriors. It was then most probably loaned into Akkadian from an Iranian language. It was adapted in Greek as kirbasia, most probably applying to the same headgear called also tiara. This was not any canonic type of kirbasia tiara, although the great king's tiara was upright, cylindrical in shape, and serrated or crenellated on top. So these are two examples. Crenellated on the left, that's the great king, that's from Persepolis, and crenellated is on the right, it's Hellenistic from Persis. Persian notables are often represented wearing soft conical kirbasia, known in the West as the Phrygian cap. So again, two examples of Phrygian or satrapal cap. This is most probably the headgear of the three youths in the book of Daniel. Thus, at least two items of clothing worn by the three youths are called in the book of Daniel by Persian loanwords. The headgear, karbalach, is of particular importance. In antiquity, tiara was, alongside trousers, the most recognizable median of Persian dress item, widely attested iconographically and in literary sources. But this paper is concerned primarily with the first of the item, sarbal. Now, a selection of a few popular English translations of the Bible shows how disparate choices modern translators made in referring to the phrase in Daniel, which describes the costume worn by the three youths. So the first one, King James Bible. Then these men were bound in their coats, their hoses, and their hats, and their other garments, and were thrown into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. English Standard Version. Then these men were bound in their cloaks, their tunics, their hats, and their other garments, and were thrown into the burning fiery furnace. And Common English Bible, so Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were bound, still dressed in all their clothes, and thrown into the furnace and flaming fire. So you see that there are various options. Sarbal is rendered in Greek as sarabara, and in most cases translated in modern languages either as cloaks or hose and trousers. Opinions of modern commentators whether sarbal is trousers or a cloak is split. Sarbal is a very rare word. In the Bible, attested only in the book of Daniel. In Talmud, it refers to a clothing item of undisclosed nature. Thus, the meaning of the word sarbal cannot be properly understood on the grounds of biblical Hebrew and Aramaic, and this task was clearly impossible for most ancient translators and commentators too. Two complete Greek translations of the book of Daniel are extant. The anonymous rendering in the Septuagint skips the word sarbal, and Theodotion does not translate it, transcribing it in Greek letters as sarabara. The only translation which does translate is Symmachos, who translates sarbal as in their trousers. Ancient and medieval lexica occasionally comment upon the word sarbal sarabara, excerpting earlier authors. Its purported meaning was headgear or some other unspecified item of clothing. The most detailed lemma on sarbala is in the Etymologiae of Isidore of Seville, who is inclined to the notion that sarabara was a white, flattering piece of clothing worn underbelly, and that the three youths in the book of Daniel were wearing this type of garment. Guess what is a white flattering piece of clothing worn underbelly? That's trousers. Both earlier and later authors are in agreement that sarabara was a Persian garment or an item of clothing typical of other Iranian peoples, Medes, Scythians, or Parthians. Tertullian names sarabara as a medium garment allegedly adopted by Alexander the Great. He had conquered the Median people and was conquered by Median attire. Abandoning his triumphal mail, he descended into sarabara of his captives. Replacing his armor by the Median sarabara, no matter what this word meant to Tertullian, other than being an example of a soft oriental garment, was a metonymy for Alexander's moral decline. Tertullian, a Christian theologian of the late Antonine and Severan age, follows in this passage the general line taken by pagan Roman detractors of Alexander. Not being able to deny Alexander's military superiority over all other people, Roman authors directed their criticism against real and alleged moral failures of the great Macedonian. Thus, this passage is best understood as an example of the Roman rhetorical criticism of Alexander, blamed for moral degeneration exemplified by succumbing to effeminate Oriental customs. Not much should be made of our sources referring to sarabara as Persian, Median, or Parthian garment. No effort to differentiate among costumes worn by these people is detectable here. In all probability, authors had always in mind costume worn by inhabitants of the Iranian empires bordering Rome or the western world in to the west. That is, Achaemenid Empire, Arsacid Parthian Empire, and the Sasanian Empire. From the point of view of this paper, the only important thing here is that the ethnic composition of the ruling class of these empires was always overwhelmingly Iranian, and the costume of Iranian peoples showed remarkable continuity of its components from around 600 BCE until around 800 CE. This refers both to the headgear, sarbal, and the mantle with empty sleeves known from Greek sources as kandis. This last word, whose reconstructed Iranian version was kantush, may have survived in the Polish word kontusz as the name for a decorative outer garment worn by early modern nobility, in testimony of the ultimate Iranian origin of the Polish male national costume. Yeah, these two guys on the left and on the right are wearing kantusz. That's from Persepolis, by the way. Exceptionally, ancient and medieval lexicographers explained that sarabara was leg covering, simply to say trousers. Sarabara, Persian garment, some call this way trousers, the others covering of legs. That's a Byzantine etymologium Gudianum. To explain the meaning of the word sarbal, sarabara, ancient and medieval authors sometimes quote the word brachia or brachai. Brachai is an originally Celtic word denoting the trousers worn by Gauls and then by Roman troops. That's brachai, this is what these Roman auxiliaries are wearing. It is most probably brought up in this context for the sake of ancient reader to whom Gallic Roman military brachai were the only trousers he might know. Modern dictionaries take the same path once trodden by ancient and modern lexicographers explaining sarbal, sarabara as Oriental Iranian Scythian trousers. The only ancient Latin Bible rendition to translate rather than obscure transcribe the obscure Aramaic word sarbal is Jerome, who rendered sarbal as brachai. A part of the problem with understanding of the word sarbal in antiquity lies in the fact of the near absence of the very concept of trousers in ancient Jewish culture. Apart from the verses in the book of Daniel pondered upon in this paper, trousers or pants are attested only 5 times in the Bible, always in the context of observing ritual purity, as in prescripts for dress for priests. Covering the priest's genitals with linen breeches was to assure that altar stays pure, not being accidentally touched by the priest's genitals. This piece of garment, called miknesh, is a short linen breeches worn under the tunic, more akin to our underwear than to sarbal, loose, baggy trousers covering the full length of one's legs. In the unanimous opinion of ancient lexicographers, trousers were a defining element of the Iranian costume. Thus, its Parthian variety is aptly called by Vesta Sarkos Curtis trouser suite. It is known from innumerable representations on coins, in relief, sculpture, painting. Iranian peoples knew 2 basic forms of trousers: tightly fitted, probably made of soft leather, and loose, baggy trousers, almost certainly made of fabric. Leather trousers were more typical of northern Iranian peoples, Scythians in particular, although they were originally worn by Persians and Medes too. Tight-fitted, most probably leather trousers were among canonical features in representation of Scythians in late archaic and classical vase painting in Athens, a city whose inhabitants were accustomed with a view of Scythians employed in Athens as police force. So that's a Scythian on a Athenian vase. That's a Scythian on a electrum cap from Kul Oba. So you see what he looks like. And but Scythians were sometimes represented in art wearing baggy trousers too. That's a Scythian wearing baggy trouser. Both varieties of Iranian trousers are attested in Achaemenid and post-Achaemenid art, from Persepolis reliefs to the Alexander sarcophagus of Sidon, to the relief stele of Nemrut Dagi, which shows Mithras and King Antiochus I of Commagene in Dexiosis gesture, both sporting Iranian baggy trousers. Okay, so that's the Alexander sarcophagus from Sidon. As you can see, Persians are wearing trousers. Another one, also Persians are wearing trousers. That's Antiochus on the left, Mithras on the right, both trousers. And that's Antiochus shaking hands with Heracles, his ancestor, by the way. And also, you see Antiochus, this guy on the left, is wearing trousers. And of course, as a king, he's wearing an upright tiara. Although trousers are depicted in Achaemenid art too, most excellent examples are later, from the Arsacid times, when gods, kings, and aristocrats are routinely shown wearing this particular garment. And these representations are not limited to the Parthian Empire. Trade contact and, no doubt, high prestige of the national costume of Parthia, the leading power in the Middle East, contributed to the enduring popularity of the trouser suit in iconography of the neighboring cities and lands, whether they belonged for some time to the Arsacid Empire, like Dura Europos. That's Parthian noblemen, of course, and that's from Dura, reclining men wearing baggy trousers, or not. There's also, you see, from synagogue in Dura, these guys are also wearing baggy trousers, but this is not Thrius. That's from the book of Ezekiel. But also Hatra, that's Hatra, again Hatra, again Hatra. All nobles, kings represented in them were trousers. And Palmyra. In Palmyra, the ubiquitous baggy pants are almost always shown tucked down into boots. And this is also the Sarmatian way of wearing trousers. For all this ample representation of baggy trousers in art of ancient Iran and adjacent lands, no contemporary Iranian word for this piece of costume survives. It is, however, very plausibly reconstructed at sharavara in Old Persian, further to evolve to shalvar in Middle and New Persian, hence the Aramaic biblical hapax sarbal is a loan word from Persian. And of course, these loan words are very popular to mention only Polish word sharawary, okay? This type of baggy trousers, or sharawary, is certainly what the three ancient Jewish youths were wearing in the hour of trial when cast into the fiery furnace. All their dress was Persian, as far as we can say. The issue of historical accuracy of costume of the Jewish courtiers of the king of Babylon was raised already by Tertullian. The fires of Babylon injured not either the mitres or the trousers of the three brethren, however foreign such dress might be to the Jews. For all abundance of representation of sharovari in art of Iranian people and of reference to Iranian baggy trousers in classical authors, one needs to remember that all evidence belongs to the classical and later period. The Persian dress, sharovari in particular, is clearly out of touch with the purported setting of the scene at the court of Nebuchadnezzar II in the early 6th century. There is no evidence that it was known in Babylon at the time, and of course it would never be worn by Babylonian notables. But the costume of the three youths allows us to date the origin of the story in the Achaemenid times, while Nebuchadnezzar is here but a figure of powerful and haughty Oriental ruler. The Persian dress is quite a frequent item both in Greek and Jewish sources of the classical and early Hellenistic times. Dreadful appearance in Herodotus, and it remained in high prestige at the court of Alexander the Great, the king whose conquests brought the Achaemenid Empire to the end. The paradox of this situation was not unnoticed by authors of the early empire. Alexander himself adopted much of the ceremonial costume of the great king, although, contrary to what Tertullian seems to say, not trousers. To this we have testimony of ancient authors. All of this needs to be seen in the context of so-called Orientalizing policy of Alexander. Although Alexander's Orientalizing policy was at times hotly contested both by some of his aristocratic companions and by most of his foot soldiers, no dissent is ever recorded against wearing Persian costume. Art of times of Alexander and of the first half of the age of the successors shows widespread popularity of Persian dress items among Macedonian troops and dignitaries. Alexander played the role of great king also in rewarding his Greek and Macedonian companions with gifts of Persian dress items. There is a good tradition of Alexander encouraging companions to dress Persian, while to those lower in hierarchy of his empire, the right to sport Persian dress was a privilege. Gifts of Persian costume items and the habit of wearing Persian dress among Greeks and Macedonians living in the East is attested for a long time. The elevated position of the Iranian dress among subjects of the Persian Empire and at least some neighboring peoples is attested profusely for the Achaemenid period and in the post-Achaemenid times. This speaks to dating the story of the three youths in fiery furnace no later than this period, that is Alexander Seleucid. And if combined with the linguistic argument based on affinity of the language, the passage in Daniel is written in official Aramaic. The story most probably belongs to the late Achaemenid period, reflecting pre-Hellenistic reality. The story of the three youths belongs to the earliest stratum of what is now the book of Daniel. The decidedly Persian costume of the youth is, however, not indicative of the place where the story was created, and neither it is purported Babylonian setting. Its origin is not necessarily Babylonian, since setting it at the court of Nebuchadnezzar can be construed as a purely literary device. In the episode originating in Achaemenid times, court officials, even in purportedly serving the king of Babylon, sport costume of the highest prestige of the day when the story was written, the Persian dress. In this respect, these literary figures are akin to historical characters of the Achaemenid and post-Achaemenid times, companions of Alexander and members of local elite in Persian Asia Minor. The Persian dress of the three youths, anachronistic to our eye, was surely not read this way by ancient Jewish readers of the book of Daniel, to whom it belonged to the generally positive image of the Achaemenid monarchy, overwhelmingly present since the time of its founder Cyrus the Great, the Lord's chosen one, praised for putting an end to the Babylonian exile. In the book of Daniel, the Jewish notables dressed in Persian costume partake in the splendor and might of the Achaemenid Empire. This picture may be construed as a factor building the position of the Jews among larger, stronger, and richer contemporary peoples of the Middle East. That's a Persian costume. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank Mr. Nawotka for his talk. And now I would like to welcome Karolina Blusiewicz from University of Warsaw and let her talk for a while.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I'm really glad that I'm here because I've got this one quite unique leather artifact from Lębork, and I just wanted to share and discuss it with the specialist. But before we get into details, I'd like to present the archaeological context and the history of leathercraft in this small city. Not working. It wasn't working. Okay, thank you. So Lębork is a small city, is a small town in northern Poland, located in the region of Gdańsk-Pomerania. It's here. And in the Middle Ages, it was a part of the Teutonic Order state. Lębork was founded by the Teutonic Order during a very intense period of Teutonic colonization of the Pomeranian region. And like other small cities you can see on this map. And to be precise, Lębork received its city rights under the Calm Law in 1341. So the city was placed near the Łeba River. The area of the town intramuros covered about 9 hectares with around 100 urban plots. In the 15th century, the population was estimated at only about 500 people. So it falls into the category of small towns, similar to Puck and Chojnice and or any other town in Gdańsk-Pomerania except Gdańsk. So what is known about the medieval leather workers in Lębork? Well, not a great deal. It was a small town, and very few written sources were produced, and fewer survived. However, thanks to the 19th century historians who had access to original documents that were sadly destroyed during the Second World War, it is known that the shoemakers here received their guild privilege exceptionally early in 1373. They were granted the right to 12 shoemakers' stalls, for which they paid an annual rent. They also had the right to own a mill, a Loch- und Stampfmühle in original, and to tan hides. The law makers stipulated that the number of stalls could be adjusted as a city grew. So this suggests that Teutonic Order intended to turn Lębork into a leatherworking center in the region, because in light of these written sources, Lębork clearly had the potential. 20 stalls in town of this size is actually quite a lot. Furthermore, in later confirmation of these privileges, it appears that a master's degree was conditional on owning a stall at the request of the guild elders. This likely indicates an increasing number of shoemakers in the city and attempt to regulate the trade. By the 17th century, there is still evidence of the bark and tanning mill. It was made available 3 days a week to the shoemakers and the bark tanners. And mentioning bark tanners is a crucial detail. Why? Because in many small towns of that time, there were no specialized tanners. The shoemakers still handled the tanning locally. And if we look at the tax registered from 1570 from small towns, shoemakers dominated the leather trade, making up nearly 73% of all leather crafters. Furriers accounted for about 15%, with the remaining 12% consisting of tanners, saddlers, glovers, and others. These proportions show a relatively low level of professional specialization, which was typical for small towns. The archaeological research I'm referring to was conducted in the eastern block of the market square. It's this one. This was a prestigious location right by the market, and the road led to the Teutonic castle, which was here. It was a large-scale excavation. This entire quarter had been completely destroyed during the Second World War, as you may see on this picture from the 50s. And remained undeveloped until the research began. The entire area was investigated plot by plot, including the frontages and backyards. The oldest settlement layers were dendrochronologically dated to 1330s, which is quite interesting because it predates the formal legal founding of the city by about a decade, and without early medieval settlement in this place. As a result of this large-scale investigation, probably all the material sources that had survived from the Middle Ages were recovered. But the entire assemblage from this area consists of only 215 fragments of leather products and production waste. So for the town in Pomerania region, this is not much. It's a really small number. These leather artifacts were recovered from layers in the undeveloped backyards and from latrine fields dating from the 1330s to the 15th century. In this collection, footwear remains were clearly dominant, accounting for nearly 70%. Fragment of what was likely clothing and some identified scraps were also recorded, and production waste in the form of offcuts from new or reused leather made up only 18% of the collection. Furthermore, these scraps did not form any clusters in the field, which means no specific site of production was identified within this area. From the recovered fragments, it was possible to recognize 34 shoes by height and style, and these are typical late medieval shoes, the kind found at many other sites along the Baltic coasts. High shoes predominate, especially those fastened with leather toggles. Half of them were for children, and the other ones, like this buckle shoe or just boot without fastening, are just isolated cases. As for low shoes, the most common types of those were those tied with tied on the instep or with straps also tied on the instep. They were all intended for adults, and as you may see, these construction techniques are always are also standard for advanced medieval shoemaking. So we've got turn shoe construction with runds, quite typical cutting pattern with inserts, and reinforcements like heel stiffeners or top bands. And regarding the materials, it must be emphasized that these items were made of highly quality leather. It was properly tanned and beautifully finished. In fact, the quality was notably higher than that of the items from Puck or Chojnice, which I have also had the opportunity to analyze. So let's go to the point. As mentioned, the research yielded a small collection of offcuts, mostly from new leather. However, one specific fragment from the first half of the 15th century deserves particular attention. It is a large piece, 3 mm thick, coming from the leg of a bovine hide. This can be categorized as primary waste, the material left over from the initial trimming of tanned hides to remove unusable parts, such as those from the head, legs, or belly. The disposal of this material could have been the final act of the tanner or the first act of the leather worker. The leather was quite well finished near the cut edge, and this is the part here, and the quality dropped off towards the distal end. Given it was peripheral waste, it can be concluded that the hide itself was correctly prepared. However, what makes this piece exceptional is a mark. Gmerki, how we call it, it's a mark cut with a knife into the flesh side of the leather. These were clearly intentional. They were placed on a part of the skin that could not be used profitable, marked on the flesh side without cutting all the way through the thickness of leather. So gmerki, or simply marks, are well known from various material and written sources. Their primary function, it's quite simply, is identification of the person or the family. These are relatively straightforward symbols, usually based on straight lines combined at various angles. Because they are so simple, they were easy to incise into soft material like wood or leather using a sharp tool, and due to this simplicity, we see similar forms appearing independently across different continents and periods. It is a case of paralleled evolution in design. Marks and their functions has been debated many times, yet their interpretation is still problematic. a mark frequently functioned as a form of signature, as evidenced by written sources such as these marks registered in the town council register of Puck from the 15th century. In the literature, you will often find them referred to as house marks, Hausmarken. We also know marks from ethnographic sources. They were still in use as recently as in the mid-12th century. They served as identifiers that were legible even to those who couldn't read or write. We don't have to look far for examples. Right here in Gdańsk, Pomerania, we have the property marks used by local fishermen. You can see here. On the picture, you can see fishing marks from the city of Hel. A fisherman would mark his nets, his boat, and all his gear with his personal mark. These were passed down to the eldest son, while younger brothers would modify the mark by adding a small line, a strike, as you can see here in the marks of the Walkowicz family from Hel. In archaeology, the discussion mostly focuses on wooden objects, where marks have survived in the greatest numbers. However, the interpretation remains ambiguous. While it is usually clear that these are identifiers for a specific person or group, the question remains, do marks on items indicate the maker or the owner? Of course, the answer depends on the object and its context. In the case of barrels used for trade, the evidence suggests that we are looking at property marks belonging to the owner of the goods. For instance, the shipwreck of the copper ship from Gdańsk Bay yielded several dozen barrels, and marks on their bottoms and staves matched the marks on the metal bar bundles, for example, and this allows us to assess exactly which part of the cargo belonged to the same owner. However, for other types of wooden vessels, like turnbowls, you can see here, there are two competing interpretations. The first identifies the mark as signatures of craftsmen, maker marks. Usually incised on base, this symbol supposedly identified the workshop and attested to the quality to the work. But unlike coppered wares, we have no guild regulations or municipal statutes that actually mention the practice of marking turned products. The second interpretation views this as private marks of the owner or user. This assumes that bowls and plates were personal items, especially important in households where multiple families live together. Of course, it is highly probable that a craftsman used the same family mark for both his products and his private property. Moving closer to leather production, I should mention the late medieval shoe last found in Rostock, discovered in something what may have been a well. Out of 100 lasts, many bore marks. The researchers there identified two distinct marking systems. Complex mark on the side these marks are interpreted as property marks of the shoemaker or the workshop. But they are similar but not identical. Sometimes they are mirror images. Personally, I wouldn't rule out the possibility that these marks marked a pair of lasts for a specific client. The second system, like here, the second system is always found on the top surface, positioned so that the marks remained visible. According to the authors, this system denotes shoe sizes and the marks becoming more complex as the length increases. We can likely apply similar interpretations to marks found on leather, though such finds from the late medieval period are exceptionally rare. This from Lębork is the only one from Poland I've heard of. Marks are regularly found in large assemblages of Roman leather, like in Vindolanda. They were stamped, incised, or impressed on both offcuts and finished shoes, and they represent different categories of information. Numerals might denote a specific regiment, while stamped inscriptions could be official sign of workshops, and some simply represent a need to mark property to prevent theft in a busy barrack room. However, in the late medieval European context, such finds are few, especially in former Barbaricum territory. Some marks on leather production ways are known from Abingdon of Oxfordshire. There is one stamped mark on a piece of cattle hide, and it may have been made by guild stampers to show the leather past quality control. And 3 other marks, like here, they are interpreted as numerals, but nothing more. Another findings comes from Bruges, from the site of a former tannery. A large number of leather offcuts, specifically head and belly parts, were found in a tub. All the preserved head bore a clover-shaped mark near the edge, but unfortunately they don't publish a picture, so we cannot see this mark. This mark must have been pressed into the hide before tanning. Since it was placed on a part that would be trimmed away, it wasn't a quality mark for the final product. As Quitamult suggested, marks relevant only to tanners might be discarded immediately after tanning, while quality marks might stay on the hide until it reached the end user. This most likely identified the craftsman who owned the hides in a shared workshop. Alternatively, it might identify the provenance of the raw material, perhaps applied by the butcher. Another example we found during the excavation of the old market halls in Geneva, dated to the 14th and 15th century. 3 new leather scraps are marked with cross-shaped notches, but also we don't know if marks linked to the manufacturer, the supplier, or the quality of skin. And I also think I should mention quite unique 17th century shipment found in a shipwreck discovered near the Isle of Textile. There 3 bales of bovine leather were found. It was almost 400 hides. They were not trimmed. Teeth and tails were visible. They were from young and old specimens, cows and bulls, in the equal quantities. And the closer investigation shows that the leather should be considered half finished to be carried on arrival. The quality of tanning varied, and the shipment was probably gathered through the middlemen from different workshops. Several hides had marks on the tail or right buttock, of which the meaning remains unresolved. So let's go back to our find from Lębork. Here too, it is difficult to be certain. An owner mark similar to the family marks of the fishermen and craftsmen seems most likely. We know from historical records that Lębork shoemakers and tanners were in the same guild and shared tanning equipment. So the mark could therefore belong to a tanner or a shoemaker tanning for his own use. And in this case, the owner and the maker marks mean the same person. Or what is also possible, shoemaker contracted the tanner to do the tanning while he himself was involved in shoemaking. So the owner and maker mean different person. We cannot rule out that this mark isn't even local. It might belong to outside tannery or a merchant bringing goods to the local market. Personally, I'm inclined to see two marks here. A simply property mark, very similar to this simple identity mark of the fisherman or craftsman. And the second one resembling a numeral. Maybe it could be a batch number, maybe weight, maybe some selling category. But yeah, it's just a single artifact and so many interpretations. A mark that would have been perfectly clear to a resident of 15th century Lębork leaves us with more questions than answers. So far, no leather production sites have been found in Lębork, but the excavation have been limited mostly to the market square and this quarter. Perhaps future research will bring more clues. But maybe you have unpublished artifacts in your collection that could expand this modest group of finds. And if you know any analogies, please do share them. I'm very curious to hear your opinions and your experience. So thank you very much.
So thank you, Karolina, for a very interesting topic. I hope that many people will write to you and show you their marks on the letter. And now I would like to welcome Marquita Volken, who will be presenting online from the Shoe Museum in Lausanne. Hi, Marquita.
Hello. I don't know how my presentation, if I need to share my screen or how we want to do this. Technical support, please.
Yeah, you should share a screen.
Okay, so that means I open things. I'm sorry, we should have just. So, share. I'm sharing the whole thing, but I need to just share. I'm so sorry.
Now,
am I sharing the whole screen?
You are showing the whole screen, but if you just present it, so you just click the slideshow.
Yeah, but I would like to read my notes, but you guys don't need my notes, do you?
Okay.
No. There's a way to do it.
Yeah, they say that there should be a presenter's mode, but I don't know where to find it. Slideshow.
View, presenter view. Does that help?
No.
Right. I was afraid this would be like this.
Does our technical support has any suggestions? No.
Right, we'll do like this. Because I can't see what you are seeing. That's my problem.
Now we are seeing you.
Yes, now we see you.
Now we see me, which we don't want to see me. We want advanced portion of the screen, share.
And now we again see the whole screen.
This is so stupid. Oh, I'm really, really, really sorry and embarrassed. I should have figured this out before.
Isn't there a way to open the presentation in Zoom?
I've made a total pig's ear of this. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, now we see your presentation. Do you see what you need?
No, because now I have this other portion of screen. Content only. Oh, this is so annoying. I am so sorry.
No worries, we have time.
Well, no, we're running out of time because I'm just sitting here clicking buttons. You're not seeing my presentation.
We do see it.
Yes, but I don't see my notes, so I have no idea what I'm going to say.
I think you can. It's true that in the options of the Zoom, you should be able to share just one window and not not the whole screen.
Slides as background, no. It says portion of screen.
It's a portion of screen, yeah.
But the portion of the screen is a bit wacky.
Okay, so so the technical support says that you should stop sharing, and he has some idea to figure it out.
Stop share.
Yeah.
Voila.
And now?
Now.
At the top of the PowerPoint, there's a what? The slideshow. Yeah.
Right. Oh.
Is it checked in the presenter's mode?
I think so. I don't know. View. I'm in normal. Now I go to presenter view.
Are you using PowerPoint or LibreOffice?
PowerPoint. The thing is that it goes to right now. Then I should share, not video file. I'm in advanced screens.
Okay, can you try share once again whole screen on Zoom?
Share. Whole screen or the PowerPoint? Content only. How does that look?
Okay, and go to the slideshow.
Yeah.
On the top of the PowerPoint, there's a transition, animation, and slideshow. We want this option slideshow on the top.
Slideshow? Yes, and I want?
No. This under these options.
Yeah,
you have
slideshow.
on the left you have home, insert, draw, in this line.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, and
here.
I have slideshow.
And play from start.
It doesn't
Play
give me
from
that.
start on the left.
On the left, I have home play from start.
Okay, and you can see your notes.
No.
Okay, but we can see your presentation now.
Okay, you can see my presentation, but I can't see my notes, so I'll just have to make it up as I go along. Is that what? Let me just check. No. Oh, well, that's really annoying because
in the bottom left corner, you have the 3 dots. Try to click those.
Yes. There's presenter view, and you are getting then the whole presenter view.
Okay, so maybe she can just enlarge that in presenter view and start because we have no time.
Okay, so
just let her make this window with presentation larger so we can see.
If you make the window with the presentation larger, if it's possible, then we should just present it like this if you're comfortable with this, because we are running out of time.
Yeah, I've done this before and it wasn't hard. I don't know why it doesn't want to do it now. I can't change the size. I can only go back. I can only just, I tell you what, I can only just, now I can't get rid of the presenter view. No.
There is a line in the middle, and you can move that line. Yeah, in the middle, if you put the cursor in the, right in the center of the, yeah, there. Yeah, and now you should be able to move it. Yes, perfect.
Right, but I can't see my notes because they're covered by the little, oh, right. Oh, heavens, what a mess. Oh, I'm really, really sorry. Anyway, here's the beginning. This is who I am. Marquita Volken, who cannot operate PowerPoint presentations. My subject today, this presentation brings up observations about the technological change in sheath and scabbard constructions. And actually, now I have no access to time, so I have no idea. I'll try to go quickly. So these technological changes in the later Middle Ages and early modern period are about where did the seam go? And this is just one of the many questions. And a warning in advance, I do not have the answers, but I think it's important to look at the overall picture. So in the 14th century, we have back seam scabbard construction. So back seams, the leather envelopes the sheath or the dagger core and is stitched down the back or on one side. So the difference between a sword scabbard and a sheath is that the sheaths have only leather inside and a scabbard would have a wood layer. The problem is that in the later 15th and 16th century, this disappears, but we don't know when, and it is replaced by a overlapped join. So no stitching, only glue. So this is standard on what we see for very late 15th century and 16th and 17th century sheaths and scabbards. And the construction is, of course, only skived edges, overlapped and glued. So to understand the difference and why this is important, let's look at the construction of both examples through examples of archaeological finds and reconstructions. So here we have a back seam scabbard construction from Dordrecht. It's very clearly beginning part of 14th century. It's from the Staten Plain site, and it is made of calfskin, 1 millimeter thick. The grain side shows burnishing, which is shiny, so you can see in the photograph that, yeah, it looks kind of shiny. It was not decorated, which was usual for sword scabbards of this period. You can see along the edge, the long horizontal edge, it has a sort of a line that's been creased on, and that is for folding the leather into place, so it's not a decoration. The mouth is plain cut, and you can see on the drawing, right in the middle, you see it more clearly, there's little bits of stitches on the edge, and the other side on the front of the scabbard is just scraped off. And this is probably where it rubbed on a saddle part when it was being worn on horseback. So for me, making a reconstruction is a very powerful research tool. And so these are the steps for making one of these back-seamed scabbards from the early 14th century. I have a 26-inch blade and the parts of the core, the parchment lining, the wood laths, and the calfskin cover. So below you can see one of the wood laths that was found at this site, and above you see the sort of construction diagram. So the parchment is folded up, it goes next to the blade, and it's sandwiched between two layers of wood. All of the leather finds from this site showed not really any glue residue, which points to a dissolvable starch glue rather than a casein glue, which leaves a gummy white stuff everywhere. So the tip is reinforced with a little bit of extra wood and leather lining. The core then is glued together and braced under tension, and so those straps will be removed once it's all dry. Here is the cover from vegetable skin calfskin. It's been humidified before being shaped over the core. Here it's being shaped over the core. You can see it's all nice shiny with the wet glue. The two sides will then fold down, meet at the center, and then be stitched. So here is our two edges of the scabbard meeting at the back and stitched with a 2-thread, or we don't really have words to explain this, but it's stitched. So in English, sometimes we call this a saddler stitch, sometimes we call it a shoemaker stitch, sometimes it's just called stitched. Other languages have beautiful words specifically for this technique, but it's 2 threads that cross in the hole, and it is it's the strongest stitch possible. Here's the scabbard finished. You can see the front is very nice and plain, and the back we have our stitch. It's been finished with a cover guard and a grip, and at the tip, according to the impressions on the original, is a bronze sort of band nailed on. So this back seam construction was used for pretty much everything. Here's a dagger cover, so we don't have the core, but we have the shape of the dagger. And dagger and knife sheaths for the late 13th through the 14th century were quite often decorated. This one is from Saint-Ursanne and here in Switzerland, and it has a stamp of St. Louis. He was the sort of noble king and a symbol for especially the knightly class. So the center back seam was a grain flesh type, and the stitch holes passed through the thickness of the leather because this was very, very, very thin calf skin. This again on your left is from Saint-Ursanne, so late 13th, with the big stamps and a center back seam, and the one on the right is an early 14th century for a left-handed person, and you can see this is now, the styles have changed from big stamps to small stamps. This helps date it to the beginning of the 14th century. Here's again from Dordrecht. We're going more to the 14th to the mid-14th century with stamped decorations and creased. So the stamped decorations are usually a teeny fleur-de-lis, whereas in the second example, this is a creased decoration with teeny fleur-de-lis, but when it's just a creased decoration, there's only a backgrounding of a teeny pearl-like stamp. So it's just a little dot, and they use it as the filling it in. So the problem, why I'm talking about where did that back seam go, is that we don't have any information about that transition from stitched center back to these overlapped glued versions. So this is a knife sheath, again for a left-handed person, and it has a sort of baseball whip-stitched center back seam. And you can see in the reconstruction that it was covered by creased lines in order to hide it. Now this is the only example I know of a knife sheath with this type of closing on the back, and it's one of the last early 15th century knife sheaths that we have that are dated. So the only other example I've ever found of this type of closing of the cover is on an Italian example, and you can see right down the center of this piece, it's got sort of little cross hatchings, and if you look into the cross hatchings, there's a sort of a little wiggly zigzag line, and that's where the stitching was, exactly like on the rotillon sheath. And so our problem is that we have our back seam, early to mid 14th century, very clear, ending by the beginning of the 15th century. And then a big empty space, would really love to fill it. We have things more towards the end of the 15th century, but certainly all of the 16th century is an overlap join with the skived edges glued and overlapped. And so let's look at what that looks like technically. So this is the Salt Lane Salt Lane Scabbard from Coventry in the United Kingdom. And you can see now everything is different. We've got a sword scabbard. This is one of two that were found. And it has the new development of bi-knife pockets on the front, which we never had before. And part of the leather core was still in it, but it may have had more layers to that. Now you see the front view, we have a very, not very well done decoration. And the back, you can see kind of a line that runs down the center, and that is the overlapped join. So how that's made, so this incised decoration, you can see it's really quickly done. A large circle stamp was used as a background, but you can hardly see it because it wasn't really stamped into the leather, just sort of pressed into it after the sheath or the scabbard had been assembled. So here's the pattern. We can see it's 2 times the width needed because it's going to overlap. We have the cover guard, the grip, the bi-knife lining pocket, and you can see the slit where the bi-knife pocket is going to fit in. Here's the pieces for everything you need, including my fake wood swords and bi-knives, because sword makers don't want to lend me real ones to work with because it's much more precious. But you can see that the different parchment lining for the core and all the pieces needed. This is the core assembled with the bi-knife pockets, and the cover is ready to just simply glue on. Now, one of the big changes between the stitched background and the overlap join background is skiving, and you can see the edges look kind of sliced off, and that's because you need to pare or skive the edges to literally paper thickness, otherwise the glue isn't going to hold very well. Here's the finished version. Looks very nice, very pretty, I think. And here's the colored version. Now, the important part that we want to look at for the skived join is on the back. And you can't see it because the skived edges are so thin and laying over and rubbed and glued together with starch glue to the point where it becomes invisible. So for the 15th century, we have all of these. We have the 2 examples from Coventry, a core from Middelburg, and 2 fragments from Braunschweig. There's no information on what the back looks like on Braunschweig, so pretty much we have the only example for the 15th century in archaeology is the Coventry decorated one. The other Coventry one is earlier. It has an interior butted seam, which is rather difficult to make. The Italians might give us a hint. They are doing this skived, overlapped, glued onto a wood core, but heavily decorated. Now, this one was abandoned because you can see on the right, the leather dried out too fast and split, so it was thrown away. This decoration is done usually with heated tools, which is very different than what we've seen before in other European finds. So what we have going then into the 16th century is only these skived and overlapped joins on the back. Everything is glued, and the stamps appear also to be possibly heated. And the leather is very thin and is used like bookbinding leather. They have cords that run around the core, and the cover leather is modeled over that to give these sort of braised ridges. Another example from London, you can't even see the overlap seam, even today. I mean, this is the archaeological fragment. It's The overlap is there, but it's really, really hard to see. An example that wasn't archaeological is from the Wallace collection, bollock staggered with bi-knife pockets in the front. And there you can see in the close-up, the leather is literally paper thin, merely glued on, and teeny little stamps pressed in. So with no type of stitching whatsoever at all. I guess the most recent one I'm going to present is from Alpersbach, and this is just the core that was stripped, or just the cover that was stripped off of the core, and at the top you can see a little teeny bit of thong that helped to make that raised edge. And the decoration is just merely cuts into the grain side. So the question is, when did we lose it, the back seam? Why did we lose it? One of the problems is that archaeological contexts from the 14th and 15th centuries are dated by pottery finds, which shows no development for roughly 200 years. So that gives us dates of 14th, 15th century, though this is encapsulating 5 to 8 generations of workers and skills being passed on or changed, and changing desires in how the appearance of the object is. The scarcity of these securely dated 15th century small knife sheaths and sword scabbards contributes because honestly we just don't have any. I sort of wrote a book for Olaf Haubitz about those scabbards and the sheaths that he had worked with in Dordrecht, and we had no 15th century material. So is this a problem of identification of context, or is there an actual loss of the use of this type of an object? Certainly for the small knife sheaths, this seems to be true, but sword scabbards, we still have lots and lots and lots of images of people with their lovely messers and sword sheaths, scabbards that are obviously being used. So again, another problem, iconographical sources, which show that we're still having sword scabbards in the 15th century. They're only going to show the front, and they're certainly not going to show any stitching details or anything like that. So I don't have any answers. I'm just trying to say that there's a big hole, and I don't know how to fill it. So if you have information or you have things that seem to lead in this direction, that would be great to share with everybody. So I will finish that. I will stop sharing and end show. Hopefully this makes everything go away. Where am I on my Zoom? I don't hear anybody talking, so I'm a bit worried. My show is done.
We are hiding.
You're hiding, okay. And I actually finished on time. I'm so sorry. Sorry. I'll figure it out for the next one.
You finished on time. We were very fast. Yeah, now we see you. Perfect. Hi.
Okay. Oh, gosh.
So thank you, Marquita, for inspiring talk about where did it go.
Yeah, we still don't know.
And now, as you are last in this block, I would like to start the question part for everybody. So I wanted to check if David Nicolle is here, so we can ask questions also from him. It will. No, he's not here. Okay. So. Anyone here wants to ask questions to Marquita or Karolina or Mr. Nawotka? So, okay.
Thank you very much for your great presentations. I actually have rather a comment and a question to Professor Nawotka and a question to Karolina. So since we are all together, maybe I'll go on. I thank you for your really very interesting presentation. I think it's a fantastic approach. And I have just a very little comment regarding this fit trousers, Persian fit trousers, that there is like alternative theory to the hypothesis that they were made out of leather, and this was suggested by Dagmar Drinkler, who is a very big fan of sprung technique, and she suggested, based on iconography and on the patterns of those trousers, which fit very well with the technique, that these might have been made actually in sprung, so then they would be like textiles, not leather. And in fact, they are reconstructed as such, like in Acropolis Museum, for example. So you have like actual sprung reconstruction of these trousers for the visitors. So maybe it's, I mean, it does not go into Sharavari question, but maybe this is a kind of interest. And for Karolina, I was just wondering, because from your presentation we could see, and it's, I mean, I'm a fan of Marx. So in your presentation we could see that there are like two zones. One is the craft zone and the other one is consumer zone. So I mean, the question whether to whom and how these marks were visible is like basic. But do you see, given that the evidence is not so large, do you see any differences in marks which were supposed to be visible for the users and the consumers, and the marks that are like on the cutoffs, so for they will surely not be visible for the users? And maybe I'll just...
Okay, thank you very much for this comment. Actually, I just followed the mainstream on that, not giving much thought to this, as you call it, fit trousers, because this is clearly beyond the scope of what I have been doing here. But thank you very much for reminding of that. You say that there is a construction in the Acropolis Museum. Okay, I don't remember it, but I will be there next week. So we'll see whether it has any value or not. But thank you very much for this comment.
That these techniques fit to the representations of Persians, Syrians, Amazons, or Easterners.
Yeah, other people say that the leather fits the iconography. So, so you know, there are clearly conflicting views on that.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. The problem is that I cannot say, because there is so few findings with marks from medieval Europe, that there is no possibility to say. I've read something about Roman shoes, and there are stamped marks, and they are interpreted as more professional, like workshops or professional craftsmen. And these incised are rather made by owner, but all of them should be visible to the other. We don't have marks on shoes from medieval Europe, on only few examples of marks on leather. So it's probably connected to the tanning process, or the tanners, the owner of the leather. And what else? But these marks from Bruges, they're written as they're described as stamped. So it's stamped, but they are tanner's mark. So we don't have answers yet. So that's why I'm asking you for revealing your artifacts that maybe you have in your storage rooms. Because maybe someone has one here, and we can think about it together.
No, it's just a thought, but the bottom zone of the mark contains 4 vertical marks, right?
Yeah.
4 vertical marks, like in counting. 1, 2, 3, 4.
And one horizontal. And it resembles me very much of the marks that carpenters left on beams in wooden houses, in roofs. It's kind of numerals that help to sign the part of something. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Well, I just wanted to remark on that, that on the modern, if you buy a leather from modern tannery, on the backside, exactly where you it doesn't spoil the material, it has the size of the leather. Sometimes they mark the quality of the leather, and in my tannery they actually write the name, my name on it. So when they send it, they know that these pieces are for this customer. So actually, if this tradition continues, it's actually kind of interesting to see it as what do you receive and what quality and what size. So I'm really hopeful that we will find more of them. It's really interesting. Okay. Okay.
I have, can I show something? Oh, I know it's.
You can.
Let's see if I can do screen share. I know, but let's see if I can do it. Screens, documents.
So we will find the first analogy for Karolina right now.
I hope so. Is this showing?
Yes.
Okay. So on the bottom part, those lines, those 4 lines, I've got very few with 4 lines, but some. It's similar, but these are cut through before the skin was tanned. So this is done while the skin was raw, and then it was tanned. So you can see there's crosses, there's sort of a bigger, greater sign, and then there's these slits, so a combination of slits and crosses. And these same, as Karolina mentioned, from Geneva, the Hall du Mallard, it also had the same thing, but the dates are more than 100 years apart. So this is from Saint-Ursanne. This ends at the beginning of the 14th century, whereas Hall du Mallard, which has literally the same marks made in the same way before the skin was tanned, that dates very precisely to the first part of the 15th century, because the building burned down, they threw trash in, and then they rebuilt it 4 years later. So I think I'm only adding to the mystery.
This is from, is this from the same place?
No, Saint-Ursanne is about 180, 200 kilometers to the north of Geneva. It's not even in the same linguistic area.
And how do you interpret them? As marks of skinners or tanners who use the...
yeah. See, that's a bit of I think the idea to start bringing all these sorts of things together in order to understand what's going on, I think that's really important, because I don't have an interpretation. I can only say they were made, with the exception of one of them, they were made on the raw skin, it was tanned, and then these are the parts that have cut off. And you can see that the first 2 are parts of legs. The second group with 3 in it, those are tails. And then we have some sort of belly and odd bits.
And all of them were bovines?
There's one goat. And the ones from Geneva, I believe, are also on calf.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I can see the pattern from this Ebbington.
Yeah, it's the same.
It's exactly
the
same.
What's going on? Why is everybody doing the same thing? For hundreds of years.
So I think it's subject to investigate.
Yes, thank you so much for bringing it up. It is a very, very important subject.
Thank you.
I will stop sharing that.
Okay, and Wojciech?
Hi, Marquita. If I can have a quick question for you. Have you seen this technique of gluing the overlapping thinned edges? It's me. Hi.
Yeah. Hello.
In any other types of items, for example, book coverings, bookcases, something like that? Because maybe this technique developed in some other craft and was then, in the fully developed manner, adapted, borrowed for the scabbards. And that's why we don't see any transitional forms of this joint.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. That was actually part of my conclusion that I sort of threw out the window because I'm technologically inept. I did look at book binding because that seems, there's several people, Alison Naylor says, this 16th century knife sheaths are using book binding techniques and stamps. But the problem is that, of course, that's 16th century and that's not in our transition period. So I thought, well, I will look at wax tablet covers. I will look at book covers. I will look at object cases, inkwells, penners, and I did look at all of these things, and it was still the same problem. You have quite easily dated things up to the end of the 14th century, and those all have stitched seams. And then you have, in all of these items, as far as I could tell, by the 16th century, so 100 years later, it seems to have changed to this glued, skived, overlapped edges. We have to throw the Italians out because they are doing things with parchment that's disguised as leather, so there's no stitches. The Italian stuff doesn't seem to fit in very well with what's happening in Europe. And it really was a problem. There just wasn't anything that was well dated to the 15th century. So, yeah, I did look at other stuff, but
Okay, thank you. I understand that we just need more evidences. We will look for them in the future.
Yeah, yeah, that's the first step, is to say, hey, you know, I think there's a problem. And then everyone else can deal with it, because I'm tired of dealing with it alone.
Okay, Marquita, I'd like to go back to the. Are you with us?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'd like to go back to this science you showed us, because I'm thinking intensively now, and I'd like to know how could you say that they are made before tanning? Is it possible to recognize? Is it possible that they are made after the tanning as merchant marks or something?
Yeah, well, when you have a raw skin and you cut into it, whether you're cutting it off the animal or you're trimming the pieces, once those raw skins go into the tanning, it forms as a very special edge, which I call a natural edge. So it's the actual thickness of the leather makes like a scab, or you can see that it has been tanned. Whereas if the leather is cut after tanning, the edge is extremely sharp.
Okay,
so
I think...
it's a difference between a sort of healed edge versus something that has cut and is not transformed at all.
I think that I know what you're talking about, and I look at this under the microscope, and I think it was before tanning. It was made, my sign was made before tanning also. So thank you for the clarification.
The edges sort of pucker up, whereas it's been clean cut. That's very clear also.
So thank you.
Thank you for bringing up the subject. It's really a great subject. I love it.
Okay, does anyone else have any questions for Marquita? I maybe have one last question, because you mentioned that the difference between the casein glue and the starch glue on the leather. And I've seen some glued items, and I usually, differentiate only between those that have really smooth inside, where it shouldn't be smooth because it must have been used, but there was a lining. And then those that it's visible that it was ripped off. Is it something that, how do you approach this difference, or if it's a topic for another time because it's too wide?
Well, the thing is that and you know very well, the things from Dordrecht, from the Statenplain site, yeah, they are in an incredible state of preservation. And when you see, like, you know, we have seen that the flesh side is absolutely, completely smooth and compacted, and it's absolutely clean.
Yeah.
So this, I'm assuming, is a starch-based glue. But I have had some other things that come through, and notably something I will present in the afternoon. Some of the pieces were still glued together, and in washing and cleaning, one or two small pieces came apart. And there, instead of having the flesh side be absolutely smooth and clean and lovely, it was covered with, well, cheesy snot. It was very white, still kind of elastic. It was really actually disgusting. So that, for me, shows that the casein glue sometimes may show up as gummy bad stuff on the flesh side, and the starch glue seems to be very smooth. Because if we take our modern reconstructions of starch glue made objects, like some of the scabbards and stuff, when you peel that leather off, it sometimes tears apart the flesh side. But if you soak it off, if you get it wet, which is what happens to the archaeological material, you get it wet, that glue dissolves and is gone, and everything is clean and beautiful.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So I think if no one else has any questions, we are all hungry. I guess you are too. So we thank you all for your patience and for all the presentations, and we will see you after the lunch break at 13:30. Yeah, 2:30. So 3 p.m. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Now I'm on track. So we have plenty of time to rest. And maybe I would ask Marquita and our technical support, as Marquita will be presenting again in the afternoon, if they could solve the issue with the presentation maybe now. Okay, so thank you all, and see you after lunch.